Okay.
Okay, great. Welcome everybody tuning in all across Milpitas and the world. Welcome to tonight's Milpitas City Council meeting. We are here at 7 p.m. on this beautiful Tuesday evening. I know a lot of the wildfire smoke has cleared and folks are taking a breath safely, hopefully, across Milpitas. So I do see the full city council as well as our city staff. So that's great. All right, here we go. Let's jump into the meeting. We just came out of closed session, and we'll look to our city attorney, Chris. You guys for any announcements?
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to note for the public that direction was given by the council to staff, but there's nothing to report out of closed session this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. And I want to go back to you, Chris, if you can recite the code of conduct for us.
No, happy to, Mayor. So as we're doing, this is a new practice for the public, but we are reading the Milpitas City Council Code of Conduct at the beginning of each meeting. And I just wanted to note for the council that we did make one change on the Code of Conduct from prior iterations you saw. There was language indicating that the council should essentially let their fellow council members know about stuff coming up before a council meeting. And obviously because of Brown Act concerns, we thought that it was prudent to essentially remove that one. But I will go ahead and read. Be respectful and courteous. Words, tone, and body language matter. Model civility. Avoid surprises. Praise publicly and criticize privately. Focus on the issue, not the person. Refrain from using electronic devices while on the council dais. Disclose conflicts of interest and affiliations related to agenda items. Separate governing from campaigning. The council speaks with one voice after making policy on issues. Respect the line between policy and administration. And then finally, the council will hold one another accountable to comply with this code of conduct.
Thank you so much, Chris. Thank you very much. Okay, moving on next here on the tonight's agenda. Next is the Pledge of Allegiance. If I may ask you, stand where you are, and I will go ahead and lead tonight's pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I thank you so much. And next on the agenda is the invocation. Tonight I have the honor of it being assigned to myself. I just want to use tonight's opportunity with the invocation to just express my my thoughts a bit about what's happening in our nation and in every city, including ours. And with so much going on, I believe Americans and Milpitians are being tested in so many different ways. And, you know, I ask and hope for peace, peace of mind, tranquility for our residents and our community. We have been certainly very resilient and the resolve has been nothing short of incredible by our community. And I know tough times don't last, tough people do, and I just want to share how thankful I am for our city government and our community and our families here in Milpitas. Thank you. And then next up will be the presentation. Tonight we have a very special presentation, a proclamation, and I'm going to say some words, and I'd like to also welcome my colleagues to take this time to say some words if you choose as well. It's hard not being in the council chamber and being physically present to acknowledge those in our community. And so tonight, I'll do my best to recognize September 2020 as National Hispanic Heritage Month. Every year, Americans observe National Hispanic Heritage Month, actually from September 15 to October 15. By celebrating histories, cultures, contributions, and achievements of American citizens whose ancestors came from Spain, Mexico, the Caribbean, and Central and South America. The Hispanic Heritage Observance actually began in 1968 as Hispanic Heritage Week and was expanded and enacted into law in 1988. To cover a 30-day period starting on September 15th and ending on October 15th. September 15 is significant because it is also the anniversary of independence for Latin American countries. Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and Nicaragua. In addition, Mexico and Chile celebrate their Independence Days on September the 16th and 18th, respectively. I think that's one of the great things about living in Milpitas, and for some being a youngster growing up in Milpitas, we are really immersed in incredibly diverse Hispanic community from all the countries listed. I've had the pleasure of visiting Nicaragua about 10 years ago, actually, and I went with some folks in the community here when I was younger, and that was a great trip to continue to learn about other cultures and become really a richer person. And so I want to reflect on what's happening now here in 2020 with everything going on, the pandemic, the recession, the civil unrest, the wildfires. I want to recognize all the folks in the Hispanic community, Hispanic Americans, for their contributions. Everywhere I go on in my daily life, I'm just incredibly blessed to see leaders throughout our community who happen to be Hispanic. Whether I'm in uniform over at the California National Guard, or if I'm out in the community with first responders, at the hospitals I used to work at, nurses and physicians, all sorts of specialists that are on the front lines serving our community. And so these are heroes. And this month, I, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim the period of the next 30 days as National Hispanic Heritage Month. And we look forward to supporting any and all virtual events put together by various organizations. Incredibly honored for this proclamation. So I want to go to the Vice Mayor of Milpitas, Bob Nunez, and then we can go down the virtual dais if those choose. So Vice Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And really, I would say everything you just said, but you beat me to it. But I think that the fact that Hispanic Heritage Month is important, not only in this community, but across the county and the state. I look at all of the things that Latinx individuals have done, not only here, but the role models they have become. I was proud to have about 16 seconds at Zanker Elementary and their first, hopefully, annual Hispanic celebration this year, and their vice principal, the assistant superintendent from that school, Milpitas Unified School District, being honored. There is an oral history of all of the Latino persons in this city gathered by the Hispanic Historical Society in our library. Reading is different than hearing your elders tell you the stories, and they're videoed. So I offer opportunities for persons just to check those out. They're very moving. Listening to your grandparents, great grandparents tell you what this city was like in their day. So I think congratulations to everyone that had a part in making this city and this county great. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor Bob Nunez, for the kind words. If we can go down the virtual dais, why not? Council Member Dominguez.
Thank you so much, Mayor, for the opportunity to address the celebrations that we're honoring today, which is honoring Hispanic Heritage Month. Muy buenas tardes, muy buenas noches. Pura vida para todos los que nos están viendo. Today is a day not only to honor our ancestors. I am proud to represent my Hispanic heritage, and as a proud Latina with the roots from Michoacan, Mexico, it's my responsibility to remind little boys and little girls that they can be whatever they want to be. As a Latina, my fierce spirit reminds me that I am resilient. My heart and my spirit remind me that I am just like my grandmother. And I have a love for the gente of Milpitas that I never really felt. Tonight, we will honor the contributions of Hispanics in our existence and our resilience. We will honor our ancestors who have cried, who have marched, and who have showed in our Latin blood that it takes resilience in order for us to survive. I apologize for getting a little emotional tonight. But as we celebrate, I also want to make sure that we are very clear that this is also a call for action. A call to action because our Hispanic community is under attack. Our Hispanic community has, in history and currently, it breaks my heart to hear people say things like, there's too many Latinos or Hispanics on the city council. Be rest assured that it is a reflection of the diversity that we have here in the city of Milpitas as one entire family. Because my heritage does not determine how I could represent every single individual in the city of Milpitas. Instead, it celebrates the melting pot that makes this city so great. It is the tears that I cry because it's the resilience and it's the same challenges that my ancestors fought so many years ago. Light-skinned, blue eyes, you're not Latina enough. You're not smart enough. You're not enough. So I want to make it clear that an attack on one of us is an attack on all of us. And in Milpitas, we are one family. We are not separated by the color of our skin. We are not separated by our heritage. And so I hope that in the future, our words and our action reflect the celebrations that we are having on this dais today. To the Latinos and the Hispanic community in Milpitas, this is a call to action to make sure that you're registered to vote, that you're counted in the census. and that you are proud to speak a second language that makes you so proud to represent your heritage and your culture. Muy buenas noches, muchísimas gracias por su tiempo y que Dios los bendiga. Gracias.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Dominguez. Next, we'll go to Councilmember Montano.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. With Hispanic Heritage Month, it is September 15th through September 15th through October 15th. And tomorrow will be Mexican Independence Day. As you know, this year we can't have an event, but I am grateful that the City Council, through my recommendation, has now committed to have a Mexican Independence flag raising ceremony for the city of Milpitas. And hopefully after COVID, that will happen. It'll be a gathering place where people can celebrate their culture, their history, and their music. For me, I'm a third generation Mexican American. I'm also a Chicana, Hispanic, or Mexican American, and that's what I call myself. As time goes by, many generations, they wind up losing the language, losing the culture. Each first immigrants that came here, as each generation passes, they wind up losing. It's really important for people to preserve their language and their culture. Very important, because that's your roots. So what I want to tell the people of the Mexican or Hispanic heritage, not just Mexican, but Puerto Rican, Cuban, that the Americas, all the people that came from the Americas, North America, Central America, South America, to never give up and always try to do your best. And that many of the Hispanic community has contributed so much to this great country of ours. We have astronauts, we have great painters, great muralists, and I want to make sure that our children can hear and see great leaders that have contributed to this great country. So happy Hispanic Heritage Month. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Councilmember Montano. And we'll go to Councilmember Fan, if we may.
I just want to take a moment and recognize my colleagues who played such a tremendous role in our community, who I am really honored to sit alongside for these past few years. It's been just a pleasure working with you on the issues and the policies and really getting things done. I want to take a moment to recognize our tremendous city attorney, Chris Diaz, as well, leading the city through some really trying times, not just through COVID. So thank you all. I'm so proud of all of you and so grateful for the work that you do and continue to contribute to our beautiful and diverse community. I know that I completely stand with you in this fight against injustice. There's no place for racism or hatred in Milpitas or anywhere else in America for that matter. So thank you for bringing that forward. And I'm here with you. I stand with you in solidarity.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Fan. And that's it for the presentations this evening. Thank you so much to my colleagues. Next up, we're going to the public forum. I think folks in the community know the drill by now. We've been doing this for, I want to think, close to 6 months. And we have our deputy city clerk with us this evening, Pam.
Thank you
Hello.
very much.
Yes. Okay,
Hi.
there you are. And we'll go 1 minute tonight, Pam. Please carry on with the public comment.
Okay, will do. So let's start off by, hold on for just 1 minute. Just give me 1 minute, please. Okay. This one is from Vasanti Vishwanathan, 1461 North Milpitas Boulevard. My name is Vasanti Vishwanathan, and Suraj Vishwanathan is my son. He's a candidate for Milpitas City Council. It has come to my attention that some people in the political community are ridiculing or mocking his name, or implying that this is an attempt to win over votes by certain ethnic persuasion. My son is Indian. In Indian, Suraj means son. When my son was born in 82, we decided to name him Son because he enlightened and brightened our life, and we felt that name would also bless him on a bright path. That is it. He has indeed been a blessing to his mother and father and his entire family throughout his life. We could not be prouder of what he has accomplished and achieved in America, and are prouder even today as he ranks to represent the residents of Milpitas, California on the City Council. Next is from Inderjit Mundra. The members of City Council, City Manager Macaris, thank you for your commitment to Milpitas and a successful future. It's a pleasure for the Milpitas Chamber of Commerce to inform the community that they can advertise for free on www.discovermilpitas.com. That's worth several $100s. This will help to soften the impact on the pandemic and help businesses find a direction of growth. The pressures of this pandemic have not left any lives untouched, so we must move forward together. To support the Milpitas of the future, the Chamber looks forward to sharing ideas for mutual progress with Mayor Tran, City Council, and City Management on a regular basis. Next up is from Teresa Stevenson, 1633 Greenwood Way. Softball fields needed for Milpitas North Valley Softball League. From Vishkumar Mehta. Oh, that one's for item 10. I'm sorry. Let me skip that. From Vanji Robles, 451 Hollyway. Question in regards to using outdoor facilities for exercise. There are a few gyms that are open now in outdoor facilities. When will MSC open, especially the pool? And why can't we use the park to have some dancing classes? I go out for a walk and I see people playing soccer, basketball, and football at the park. Not social distancing, but here we are using the park or parking lot dancing with our masks on. Social distancing, and we still get kicked out. Can anyone give me an answer, please? Thank you. Next up was from Vishkumar Mehta. I request City Council members to consider a redevelopment project plan for South Bay Freeway to have TBM under tunnel. The under tunnel would allow Midtown to provide open space and will address the issues of traffic management. Also, the space will allow better utilization of redevelopment and renovation of Midtown and downtown. From Hado, 145 Curtis Avenue. When will Milpitas Sports Center be open with option of outdoor fitness classes? Anna Rodriguez at Martel Way. Milpitas PAL Softball League does not want to be a visitor in its own city. Time is of the essence. Please find our league a home. From Serena Jean. Oh, hold on. From Serena Jean, 752 Luz del Sol Loop. Rehoming of softball fields. Hopefully one of the baseball locations can be redone to accommodate our young women. Surely of the 2 to 3 parks allocated to baseball, one can be used for softball. This is from a Milpitas softball alumni. From Adrian Alvarez from Washington Drive. Don't be the board that ended softball for the girls of Milpitas. Find them a new beautiful home. That's the least you can do for our future leaders. From Amy Lai Richardson, 43278 Charleston Way, Fremont. We would like to have an outdoor exercise. We are keeping 6 feet away and wearing masks. We also keep our group as small as 15 or less. Why can't we have an outdoor class outside of MSC? From Lena Chavez, from Dale Drive, Milpitas. Last month, we recognized women's empowerment, and this month we are recognizing Hispanic heritage. Thank you for this. However, it is a bit disheartening that our actions don't really match the sentiment. We are ripping the Russell fields away from our young women and future leaders of our community, many of whom are of Hispanic descent. Let's do better. Our actions speak louder than words. From Ricardo Iglesia, it's Hispanic Heritage Month, and I feel so empowered that we have 3 tremendous Latino leaders serving our community. It's something us as Latinos can be all proud of. However, I would like to express my serious concerns about a planning commissioner who mentioned that there are too many Hispanics on the council. Since when is this acceptable? This kind of intolerance and racism has no place in our community. From Lupe Fletes. Will City Council act on Chua saying too many Hispanics in our city? This racism is no good for our community. Here in Milpitas, love, no hate, please. From Omar Torrico. Latinos matter in Milpitas. We contribute to the city. We work hard. Please don't discriminate us. Why does Council Chua not like us? What did we ever do wrong? I received a public comment, but I am not going to read it because of the content.
Yeah, if you can send that over to Chris, forward that to Christopher Diaz, so we get
Will do.
due diligence. Yeah, you're doing great, Pam. Keep it up. We appreciate you.
Thank you, sir.
Doing a fine job. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. From Yuritsa Rios. Muchas gracias, Señora Karina. Thank you for fighting for us. We must stand up when attacked. We belong in Milpitas. From Voltaire Montemayor. The mayor, vice mayor, members of city council, city manager, and staff. This is just to say hello to all candidates for this coming election on November 3rd, this year, 2020. We enjoyed the previous candidates forum session 1. Thank you for the sponsors or the hosts. I'm looking forward to the 2nd and 3rd sessions. My congratulations in celebrating the Hispanic Heritage Month. Some parts of the Philippines speak Spanish too. Philippines was discovered by Magellan from Portugal through King Philip of Spain. We have units in Spanish in colleges as part of the curriculum to graduate. From Josh Lee. Oh, okay. This is another agenda item for.
Okay, great. Yeah, we can go into.
Yeah. So let me.
We'll acknowledge it when we get down to the agenda. Yes.
Okay, from Art Curiel, Dixon Landing. I have been a coach and umpire in Milpitas softball community since 2010. I dedicate my time and effort to empower our young ladies on and off the field. I always preach to our girls to never settle for anything less. It seems like the city of Milpitas doesn't care for the young ladies of our community and are forcing them to settle for less. The softball program needs a home, and a home that is equal to all the boys' programs in the community. The city is taking away fields at Russell, and in the near future will be taking away the softball fields at Cardoza. This is unfair to these young ladies. From Nikki Bautista. I don't want to sound racist. I have many Hispanic friends and love Mexican food and have nothing against Latino people, but we do need more diversity in city council. There's nothing wrong with more representation for Filipinos in Milpitas. Madam Chua did not do anything wrong. From Juanita Candelas. Thank you, Karina. We have your back. Latinas are stronger together. From Luke Walker. It's cute that Suraj needed his mom to fight for him. Sorry about that. Last comment for the evening so far is from Francisco Oceano. Please stop bashing Latinos. We are good people and work hard. That is it, Mr. Mayor.
I appreciate you very much, Pam.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, doing a fine job, and we'll keep this meeting going. I want to thank Milpitas family for tuning in right now, for tuning in to all our meetings. We do share it, and shout out to Milpitas family and all the residents for tuning in, engaging with us. Your voice matters. We're here for you. And I want to just be consistent to say, you can always shoot us an email, and then we can start tracking, your voice, and we can use documentation to, serve justice as needed. And so, let's take action. And you have plenty of support here on the council to do so. So, looking forward to that. To all the softball folks out there, shout out to Milpitas softball. I got your back. We got your back. There was a meeting between the city and the school district, and persons and leaders were on that meeting, and I think that it was a great step. And from that meeting, just summarizing it a tad bit, folks are working on ensuring the young ladies have a softball facility. So shout out Roger Yee. Okay, thank you very much. Moving on here to announcements and future agenda items. I do see Councilmember Fan's virtual hand. Is that for this announcements? If so, I will get to you in a moment. I do want to express very shortly, very shortly. Hopefully, I'm the shortest one. There's been concern over homelessness, unsheltered particularly, and I've been speaking with the city manager, and we will continue to demonstrate our commitment to serving our most vulnerable. The city council actually has done a lot. The city council and one prior can be very proud of many of the things that, and time and heart and effort and sweat that we put into it. And so we're going to bring that back to show folks we've been proactive. We've been ahead of this. It's just, if I may, the homelessness issue has been a growing concern, and even our region has poured so much tax dollars into it that we're not making a dent. Homelessness numbers are, last time I checked, higher. And so Milpitas, we are different than other cities in the area, but we also are the same in some ways. And so I think tonight I do want to just establish myself by saying I'm for addressing and providing a solution for homelessness furthermore in our city, whether it be for the mobile showers or kind of more direct social services. I know folks in the community wanted possibly hotel vouchers. And so I want at the mid-year fiscal year, the midpoint of our fiscal year, this December-ish, for us to circle back around to see where we're at. And we're looking to gather the performance metrics of some of the things that we funded in the past as well. And I know that some of the things that we approved in the past are still coming around even today. And so I think with the recession happening, it's important for our city to gather really our data on our revenues. In this city, every meeting we have, we can bring up numbers, and we're looking for trends and for patterns in our tax revenues, our resources, folks. And so I would like for the mid-year point of this fiscal year, which is coming up. Hey, time's flying. Time's flying when you're working hard. I'm hoping that the mid-year point, we can take a look at where we are financially and what our abilities are with our resources so that we can really do more for the homeless community here in Milpitas. If this was a really good time, like years prior, where things were just roaring for a number of years, I want to say things were roaring for about 6 or 8 years, really you know, we would be able to do more, but you know, things are changing rapidly, and so that's what I wanted to announce tonight. And so now I'll go to my colleagues before we go to our city manager. But first, the council here. Let's go, Council Member Fan.
Yeah, thanks. In regards to funding the youth, was it youth soccer or softball, youth softball? You know, perhaps we can have our diversity and inclusion in engagement administrator follow up with the organization on that, and maybe brief the council, as I know she also works in the recreation department. I think this is a great way for us to show that we're engaged with the community. You know, I think residents really appreciate when we communicate with them. I think all of us on the council can appreciate communicating with each other. And the next thing I want to follow up on is if staff can just come back with a response and update of some sort to my request prior that was co-signed by by Mayor Tran in regards to the capping the delivery delivery fees for food vendor services. You know, I know that Fremont has already successfully implemented such a cap, and would love to get a follow-up, as I know that businesses really do need the support during this time. So just those two things, and yeah, thanks.
Absolutely, absolutely, Councilor Fan. I couldn't agree with you more. I second that. If we can get that proposal back, I know we directed that previously, so that would be great for our local businesses, of course. And so I'm behind Councilmember Fan with that 100%. And thank you for bringing that up again, Councilmember Fan. Very critical, if you ask me. Okay, great. And we're going to get to our city manager, and I'm sure he's going to have all the answers. But before we do that, we're going to go to our Vice Mayor, Bob Nunez. Yes.
Thank you. And I'm actually waiting for all the answers, City Manager. So I'm thrilled to death to hear all those. But in the meantime, I want to second Councilman Fan's idea about getting the inclusion position officer, Tegan, really, to come in and help with the softball issue. And first, I do know it's with the committee with Councilperson Montano and the mayor. It's also, I wasn't sure if we're going to hear about it in later today in today's presentation on the master plan for the park. But if not, hopefully it's going to be in all the things we're doing in the parks. I'm hoping will be included in that master plan at some point. But I do think having that person look at it specifically for inclusion is important. So I second that need. Also, what I did hear too from the public is just more information from Park and Rec about when things will be opened with regard to the sports complex, the pool, and those things. And I know we did a survey and such, so I'm not sure that we have the communication out to the public, but if we could look at that, I think City Manager, that's something we need to do, because I get that question a lot when I walk by Dixon Landing Park every day. When we're going to take the signs down that say they can't use the fields, now they like to know when those are going to come down, when they can start using those facilities. So whatever communication we're using, just so they can do that. And then lastly, an announcement with regard to that the county has put together a houseless task force. And I just want you to know that we are very lucky that this city has had appointed to that task force Councilmember Dominguez. If you look at those that know the city well they're going to every community, both those in a house, those not in a house, that is her. And I think that this task force is really looking at what kinds and types of services and accommodations can be used throughout the whole county. And what we have in her appointment to that is the ability to make sure that Milpitas is not forgotten. I think they added me as an afterthought, and I'm okay with that because I think at this point, what we need to do is have somebody that has been communicating with those that find themselves houseless. I think we are lucky that with the communication that Councilmember Montano and I have been having with the COVID subcommittee with the school district, we're finding that there are over 400 homeless students, and they need places where they can call home. And so with that, I just think we should find ourselves lucky that we have two persons on that countywide committee. And Mayor, I agree. I think we have to find alternatives. We have to find services that we can deliver. And I think that's what really what we're going to do when we come back October 5th is what are those kinds of things we can list out. And I think that as I look at all of those things that we're involved with, we're going to be able to do that sooner than later because of all the things we're involved with. I do know that staff, as I was reading those two articles in the last 5 days, it tells me that they are up to date on the kinds of things that the county and the state can help us with. So with that, I think we don't really have to wait till December. We're going to be able to get to it October 5th, just like we agreed to at the last meeting. So now we're going to wait for all the answers that the city manager has. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor Nunez, and not quite to the city manager yet. But yeah, we've done a lot of great hard work and to see some of those things contribute to a solution for homelessness has been good, and it's really only the beginning. And homelessness is going to be an issue that it's going to take everybody, and so I agree with the Vice Mayor. We need all the leaders to be active from all the levels. So, okay, next up here we have Councilmember Dominguez.
Mayor, before we go to Councilmember Dominguez, I just wanted to note a gentle reminder for the council that when we reduce the comment time down for the public, you as council essentially get the same amount of time, which is 1 minute for announcements. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor, and thank you so much, Vice Mayor, for your kind words. I am deeply honored to sit at the table with the mayors and the vice mayors of over 24 cities to represent the task force at a county-wide level. I am very humbled by the supervisors of this county for bestowing in me that trust and for working alongside the vice mayor to really come up with forward-thinking solutions. I do want to publicly thank him. I know he has been my team in nudging the County Board of Supervisors for the past year and a half. And so I do want to commend your work, Vice Mayor, and I am ecstatic to get going. With that, I want to invite the community to a round table discussion that our office will be having on Sunday at 6 p.m. Please visit our Facebook page at Councilmember Karina Dominguez. This is along with Vice Mayor Bob Nunez, but he can't be in the building because we will be on a Brown Act violation. So we're trying to figure out if he could be there first half, and then I'll be there the second half. But we really are opening this up because we want your feedback. So we are going to be establishing the work plan on September 24th with the county. So we don't have to wait till October or December. We're getting on it now. So please mark your calendars for this Sunday at 6 o'clock, and we will make sure to deliver that information through both of our Facebook page. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Dominguez. And I see a virtual hand next here, Councilmember Montano.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. I just wanted to touch on the public comments about the Bobby Sox, the sports softball teams. I just want to reiterate that we are still trying our hardest to try to trying to accommodate them and working with the school district. So just hang on tight and keep the faith. That's it.
Thank you very much, Councilor Montano. Yeah, and so for folks watching Softball Family, essentially the school district is now exploring other sites, and they're going to come back to us here at the city to share that with us, and then to explore the future opportunities or options. And so our heart is here, and it will, has always been, and will continue to be. And so thank you for your patience and understanding. And so now, with no further ado, let's go to the announcement of our city manager, Steve McHarris.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. Members of the council, I have 3 announcements primarily for the public. The first announcement is to keep sending your Milpitas Small Business Spotlight nominations in. We're receiving those through Monday, September 21st at 5 p.m. We'll be randomly selecting 15 local businesses for a 90-second promotional spotlight video highlighting their business. This program is designed to assist and promote local businesses as part of the city's Shop Local campaign. And details are on our website under the news and announcements. The second announcement is we're heading into the last weeks of the 2020 census. If you have not already done so, please stand up and be counted. Take the census. It's easy. It will benefit our city in funding for community services to our residents. Details, again, are on our website under news and announcements. The third announcement is while the city's mobile testing is on hold due to deployment of COVID personnel to statewide fires, the county's pop-up testing, I should be clear with this, the testing is for COVID-19, is at the city's Milpitas Sports Center. That continues with the next scheduled event on Monday, September 21st. The county will be taking 750 appointments. And again, details are on our website under news and announcements. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Steve, for the announcements. Thank you very much. Okay, next up here, the announcement of conflict of interest and campaign contributions. Back to you, Chris.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to take us back to.
Oh, I'm sorry. Vice Mayor, did you want to?
Yeah, if I could, is it okay if I ask a question on his announcements, the city manager's announcements, Chris?
Brief discussion, yes.
No, I don't. It's not a discussion. I just have a question.
Okay.
I'll be very brief. So it's about the census statement you just made about the census. So I read that they were shortening it. Then I read that was lifted. So are we continuing with the original timeline, or has it been shortened again back?
So that depends on which part we're talking about. What I would say is it was shortened, correct, and that was to the 30th, and that's what we're working toward now through the end of the month. There's potential that it could be extended further, which is what the original date was. I believe it was another maybe a couple months out, but for now we're all working toward the end of the month in conclusion. So that's why it's very important that the public does. If you haven't got to it, please take a look. We've made it easy. You can go on our website, right on the front page under news and announcements, click on that, and it'll give you the details on how to do it. You don't need to wait for somebody to come to your door or make a phone call.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Back to you, Chris.
Thank you, Mayor. Before we go on to announcements of conflicts of interest, I wanted to go ahead and read the comment that we did receive. I think as the council's been aware, and I've educated at least on the Brown Act training a couple of weeks back, the public has a right to comment on everything within the subject matter jurisdiction of the legislative body, meaning the city council. Tonight we did celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month, and so the comment does relate to that, even though it's I'll just liken this to pulling off a Band-Aid. So I'll go ahead and read the comment so our deputy city clerk does not need to. But the comment is, damn right, too many Mexicans in town. Thank you to whoever pointed this out. Make Milpitas great again. But moving on to the announcements of conflict of interest.
I just want to say that's totally unacceptable. We don't tolerate that at all. And whoever said that, it's just despicable, and you disgust me. So, Chris, go ahead. Back to you.
Thank you, Mayor.
So I second that, Mayor.
Thank you. So I'll go ahead and then go on to statements of conflicts of interest and campaign contributions, something a little more positive. So I'd ask the mayor and each council member whether he or she has any personal or financial conflict of interest related to any of the items on tonight's agenda. And we'll start at the end with Councilmember Fan.
No.
Councilmember Montano.
None.
Councilmember Dominguez.
None.
Vice Mayor Nunez.
None.
And Mayor Tran.
None.
Let the record reflect none. I'd also ask the mayor and council to please disclose any campaign contributions of 100 or more received within the last 12 months from any of the parties entering into a contract with the city on tonight's agenda or any development project applicants on tonight's agenda. We'll start at the end. Councilmember Fan.
None.
Councilmember Montano.
None.
Councilmember Dominguez.
None.
Vice Mayor Nunez.
None.
Mayor Tran.
None.
Let the record reflect none to both questions. Thank you.
Hey, Grayson, for that public comment, if you could route that up to your team to explore what we can do to mitigate the hate, that's bullshit, and I'm not going to have it. So,
yeah, no, I'm happy to provide some guidance to the council. The difficult part is in a council meeting, we've created a limited public forum. Because we've celebrated Hispanic Heritage Month, there's an argument that people have the right to comment on that, even if it's not something that we find, favorable.
okay. Well, thank you for that. And I know we're doing what we can, so we just have to get creative against the haters. All right, next up here, approval of agenda. It looks fine to me. I'll look to my colleagues for any requests.
So I move the agenda.
Second.
We got a motion to approve the agenda by the Vice Mayor, Bob Nunez. You have a second by Councilor Montano. All in favor, virtual call. Councilmember Fenn.
Aye.
Councilor Montano.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nunez.
Aye.
Myself is an aye, and the agenda is approved. Moving on to consent calendar. I just want to ask a question for some of the kind of just the fiscal impact of it. These are all items that have been funded already. This is not next fiscal year, right? I just want to check. I see, yep, I see a nod.
That's correct, Mayor.
Okay, great. Because, some of these are projects and, we've gone into the community as a council, as a city to express to the community over these next weeks and months here that, we're kind of freezing or parking, for lack of better words, some capital improvement projects. And so as we do these projects, I want the public to know that these have been funded from the previous budget that we approved. And so this is not us continuing to spend money into the future. And these are very important projects as well, actually, and those that require a continued support. So, Councilmember Fan, I see a virtual raised hand.
Yeah, for consent, I was hoping we can add 10, 11, and 12 onto consent if there are no concerns.
And can you say what the title is? Since I can't see the my virtual.
Sure, yeah. 10, approve and authorize city manager to execute agreements between City of Milpitas and Verizon AT&T for installation of small cell facilities on municipal facilities. 11, approve and authorize city manager to execute a funding agreement with Santa Clara County for countywide isolation and quarantine services related to COVID-19. 12, approve and adopt a city social media policy. So those are the three.
Just to note for the council, legally, those three can be on consent, so that would be fine.
I'm good with that.
Councilor Montano?
I'm good.
Okay, I like to actually hear 10 and 11, but 12, I'm fine with the consent.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
As well as 9. I'd like to put 9 on consent as well. Unless we need to have a discussion for it. Do we have recommendations for that already, or?
Yeah, Mayor Tran.
Mhm.
For 9, we will need direction on
Yeah.
who you want to designate as the voting member and the alternate. So we'll need a
Okay,
discussion.
no problem, no problem. I'll be happy to support my colleagues. Okay, so so far for consent, item number 12, unanimous or a consensus
Well,
there to put on the
so-
consent. Yes, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, so so 9 I understand. Wait, I'm trying to go down. Okay, so 9 I understand has to stay out. 10 I'm fine with being put on. I'm just trying to get this right. 10 going on consent. 11 I'm fine. 12 I'd like to have out, but I only have one point I want to talk about, and it deals back with the letter we just read, Chris. 13, I'm fine going back in. 15, I think, could go in. And then 14, I think we need to talk about just so I understand a little better. So,
And Vice Mayor Nunez, with regard to 12, if it's about the letter threatening legal action, I'd prefer to have that conversation, not in open
no.
Oh, okay.
It's
Okay.
not about.
Thank you.
It's not that about. Or it's mostly. Well, I don't want to talk about it now, but it's just. It's about that letter and how it restricts one side versus how we're restricted in that policy that was presented to us. So that's my concern. So, but I know I need to wait to 12 to talk about it.
Yeah, okay, well, yeah. So it doesn't look like there's any items that are going to be on consent based on.
Yeah.
No, but I said 10 sounded, we could put it there. 11, or is 10 somebody else want out?
Yeah, I requested that one to be discussed.
Okay, how about 11?
I want to hear that one too, actually.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Yeah.
oh, I see. 13? Or I'm sorry, yeah, 13.
Yeah, 13 is
Good going.
fine. Yeah, it's really a space for our members to, yeah, if there's any requests there, I don't foresee it taking too much time.
Oh,
But
okay,
I'm fine with putting it on the consent. 13.
okay. So where do we end up?
So for the consent calendar, I still don't see any items put on the consent calendar besides item number 13. But I don't, not sure if there are members that would like to use 13 as
Okay.
an opportunity.
Oh, so maybe we leave it there. And so I would move the consent calendar as presented.
I'll second that. And so we got a motion by the Vice Mayor, a second by myself. All in favor of the consent calendar with no changes. Councilmember Pham.
Aye.
Councilmember Montano.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nunez.
Aye.
Myself is an aye. That's the consent calendar. Thank you very much. And let's keep it moving tonight. Welcome to our city staff, our department directors. Hope everybody's doing well. It's been a couple of weeks since we last convened. The agenda looks pretty good tonight, if you ask me. The skies are clearing up. Air is getting better. Knock on wood. And I just want to thank everybody for all their hard work for our city government in our city, in our community. All right, here we go. Item number 8 under community development. Let's receive progress report from Urban Field Studio and staff on the Milpitas Metro Specific Plan, aka the TASP update. discuss plan objectives and priorities and provide direction on key planning concepts, multimodal connections, and open space strategies. Very exciting. And here on the agenda, it says we have our planning director, Ned Thomas, as well as Kevin Riley. Take it away.
Thank you, Mayor Tran, and good evening, members of the council. I'm Ned Thomas, the planning director. We're happy to be with you again tonight. This is the second of 3 study sessions with the council to discuss the Metro Plan, which is also known as, or formerly known as, the Transit Area Specific Plan, or TASP update. As you mentioned, we have our project manager, project manager, Kevin Riley, with us tonight. I think our planning manager, Jessica Garner, has also joined us. We also have our planning consultants, Jane Lynn from Urban Field Studios, who you met before and have met in one-on-one sessions, as well as her counterpart, Christina Paul from M Group, and also Tafion Rice Evans from EPS. And this is our project team on the Metro Plan update. We're happy to be with you tonight. We have several important issues to discuss with you. Jane has and Christina and Tafion will be giving a brief presentation, and have lots of questions and looking for direction from the council on items related to land use and multimodal transportation and open space. And I'd also like to mention that we have a special guest tonight, Jocelyn Gubler from Simon Property Group, the owner of the Great Mall, is also with us. She will be available to answer any questions as we talk about land uses at that particular area. So with that, I'll turn it over to Kevin, and he has a brief introduction. Thank you. Is Kevin on?
Okay, can you hear me now?
There he is. Hi,
Great.
Kevin.
Okay, hi, thank you, Ned. Good evening, Mayor Tran, council members, city manager, city staff, members of the public. Before I turn this over to Jane and her team, and since this is the first regular council meeting regarding the update of the 2008 TASP, now called Milpitas Metro Plan, as Ned had said, I wanted to take a step back and just highlight why we're doing this, why we're making this effort, particularly for members of the public who may not have been engaged so far on all of this. So in 2008, when they adopted this plan, the vision was pretty bold. You know, it called for a conversion of a lot of older industrial properties and looking to develop over 7,100 new housing units, 993,000 square feet of office, nearly 1 million square feet of office, 287 square feet of new retail, that was in addition to the Great Mall itself, and 350 new hotel rooms. But as we all know, very soon after the city adopted that plan, the Great Recession hit and effectively put everything on hold. But by 2012, the city and the region began righting itself, and we saw the first developments come up out of the ground. There's a big demand for housing then, and there still is. So with nearly all of those housing units now entitled in some way, it's obviously time to take a look at it again and see where we want to go. So the EIR and the plan itself has a limit, and we need to rethink all of that to go forward. So there's been a lot of change in the 12 years since the plan was adopted, but most of it's been on the housing front. Less than 1% of the office space, you know, it's nearly 1 million square feet, less than 1% has been developed. And there's just one hotel project that's sort of testing the waters right now. We'll see where that one goes. But there is some new important retail coming on soon, including new Trader Joe's. So we're happy to see that. But when we look at the 347 acres within the TASP boundaries today, there's still about 150 acres that's not been redeveloped in any way or touched in any way by the objectives of the TASP plan. And then there's also the Innovation District expansion that we've talked about. So a significant part of that untouched acreage so far, nearly 100 acres of it, is the Great Mall. And in 2008, the Great Mall was booming. It was a significant shopping center in the city and the region. And the TASP policies at that time really just reinforced the strengths of that retail presence and recognized, the importance of the services that it provided, as well as the great revenues to the city at the time. But today we see the challenges that retail faces. And the team has talked with Simon, and we have a Simon rep here tonight. And so we're looking at what the possibilities are. The Great Mall's size and the broad opportunities that it offers, essentially give us an opportunity to look at a plan within the plan that we're looking at here. In addition, we've got a lot of public infrastructure projects that have been funded or put on the books, hopefully to get funded, to complete the connections that will serve all the users, to make this a more walkable, bikeable, just comfortable place to be, to live and to work. And, there's still a need for parks and open space to be put together and put on the ground to serve everyone who's here. So there's plenty of infrastructure that still needs to be played out. And that will be part of looking forward in this plan. In addition, we've got the regional housing needs assessment, the RHNA that we always talk about. And those numbers are expected to come at us probably beginning of the year or maybe into the spring of next year. And we'll need to deal with those as well. Unfortunately, we think that the metro area is one place in the city where significant housing density can occur and, come about with probably the least impact on most of the existing neighborhoods in the city. And then, of course, we've got the opening of BART just a couple months ago, and that presents some great opportunities for Milpitas to become a much more favored location for new employment. Hopefully we can really get a bite into that nearly 1 million square feet and maybe more with the innovation district of office and employment area, bring good jobs to the city, and just generally make the area a more attractive destination. So what the Metro Plan does for us is it brings housing, jobs, services, all the amenities closer to each other and closer to transit too. And it accommodates the pressures of growth by minimizing the impacts on the rest of the city while maximizing opportunities for people to choose to be in an environment every day that is less car oriented than is typical here in the Valley, and where activities and services can be right outside your door, whether you work here or live here. And so, I'll leave it at that at this point. I think there's a lot to do. We're really excited about how the progress is moving. And Jane and Christina and Taipan will tell you about that. So they're going to focus on a few topics tonight and really want to get your input on some of the key Metro goals that we have, including the opportunities for the Great Mall, some of these Metro connections and the public infrastructure we need for those, as well as a way to address the needs for parks and open space. So I'll leave it at that and turn it over to Jane and her team. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kevin. And thank you, Ned, as well for the introduction to the project. And good evening to all the Milpitas City Council members. We're very excited to show you some things. So let's get started right away with the next slide. The things that we're going to cover today have to do with a progress update. We're going to talk about some of the community engagement we've been doing and the future of community engagement that is coming up. And then we're going to cover the Great Mall Subdistrict. We're going to look at completing connections and talk a little bit more about the Great Mall Parkway, creeks, and the streets in the Tango Subdistrict. Again, Tango is a mashup of the names of 2 streets that are in that area, Tarab and Sango Courts. And then we'll talk about open space and a new concept of planning there. Then we'll have a discussion. I wanted to bring your attention to a list of questions that we had included in your packet. This is a 1-pager and it has 5 questions on it. We will, this is really a guide more than anything. It's we know we're coming at you with a lot of information, and so it's a very helpful, handy piece of paper to have or page to have up as we go through this, so that you might be able to note anything that you want to bring up in the discussion that follows our presentation. Next slide, please. So our progress to date is that we have met with you once before, and in July, we had an online community engagement event, and we will be reviewing that with you a little bit this evening as well. We had really good responses from that, so we'll be sharing those in line with some of our ideas. We're here at the second meeting out of 3 before the end of the year. We'll come to you again in October. And what we're working on right now is a specific plan framework. So the kinds of questions and the feedback we really want from you tonight is about our ideas in this and whether or not we're going in the right direction. We are planning to do an online open house. This is a Zoom event on September 30th, where we are inviting everyone in the community who wants to give input and speak at an online meeting, that they can come and join us on September 30th. We'll also have a chance for people to be involved in the week following with more opportunities to give their input as well. Next slide, please. The next 2 slides actually are a summary of some of the things that you told us. And at our last meeting, I thought we had some really great comments. This is a very exciting place, and we know that the metro in Milpitas can be a really vibrant place and a vibrant destination. It already is a destination with the Great Mall, but we need to still work on in this plan how to create a stronger sense of community and connection. And of course, we want to bring in more equitable housing choices, including for seniors and millennials. The public spaces here will be really important for people in that kind of urban housing, and we really do agree that these are the backyards for the residents. We want to balance this area with natural elements and planting, and enhance the trails and walking paths, and celebrate what is here with the water, and include better lighting and public art. And on this next page, there were even more comments, so we wanted to include those too. And that is really to highlight that there's a need to improve safety for bicyclists and pedestrians, and to continue to plan the area as a transit-oriented place and multimodal, meaning that more than just cars. We want to be ready for the future with smart infrastructure and technology. Today we'll talk a lot about physical connections, but those virtual connections are also really important. We're not forgetting about that, but we will really be focusing on the physical ones. And we want to make a stronger connection to the Great Mall, and bring a focus to business and industry with more mixed use in the Milpitas metro area. So the next slide is a summary of the objectives. Our main objective for this specific plan is to create a more complete neighborhood. And what that means is to expand neighborhood services and the variety of retail to include more neighborhood retail, to preserve jobs, space for jobs near transit. It makes a lot of sense here. To provide affordable and market rate housing, and to provide safer and more attractive multimodal connections for walking and biking, and to provide a greater variety of shared public spaces, those backyards, and to enhance the sense of place and identity of the metro area. And these objectives we would love to hear your feedback on. We'll elaborate more as we go. Next up, I wanted to bring in Christina Paul, who will talk a little bit about what we are anticipating in terms of housing for the area. So next slide, please.
Thank you, and good evening, Mayor and Council Member. Thank you for having us here this evening. So we want to talk a little bit about housing and how this works in Milpitas Metro. Milpitas Metro was a major focus for housing sites in the last housing element, and it continues to be a major opportunity site in the city, particularly when we think about the Great Mall potentially redeveloping at some point. As we look forward to the 6th cycle of the regional housing needs assessment and the upcoming housing element, we want to recognize that there's a continued demand for market rate housing, and the city also has a mandate to plan for affordable housing. It may be that not all of the housing sites in Metro are included in the housing element. That's going to be a conversation for another meeting. But we are, at least for this plan in this planning cycle, estimating a capacity in the plan area of between 5,000 and 7,000 housing units. We're estimating that between 2,000 and 4,000 of those could go in the Great Mall sub-district. That includes some parcels along Great Mall Boulevard that are not owned by Simon, and that 3,000 other sites or other units could potentially be located throughout the plan area. And we're working on refining those numbers and figuring out where those could potentially go. Okay, next slide, please. So now I'm going to talk a little bit about community engagement and what our process has been thus far to make sure that we really reach out to the community and get feedback on this plan. Next slide, please. We reached out to HOAs where possible and to apartment managers, but we're unable to get direct contact. We did, however, have a really great feedback cycle with the map-based public survey, and I want to really thank staff for helping us get the word out on that. We got over 300 responses, and we also have a robust plan website. We did quite a few stakeholder interviews of property owners and local stakeholders. And as Jane mentioned, we're planning an online open house and community meeting so that we can continue this starting on September 30th, and then the online open house will continue after that. Next slide, please. I'm going to go through some of the key points from the community survey. It was live for a month, and we collected a total of 316 responses. Physical accessibility and restaurant and retail activity were the biggest determiners of how much folks liked particular areas in Milpitas Metro. Another major focus was pedestrian and bicycle connectivity and a feeling of safety when folks were out of their cars. Automobile congestion and traffic was a major concern. People really wanted to see more granular retail activity, and we want to make sure that we say that includes restaurants and places for people to go. You know, where do you go to get your cup of coffee, or where do you go on Saturday to grab a bite to eat? There's also a strong demand for open space, particularly open space that supports larger gatherings, because folks in Metro live in a pretty dense neighborhood. Next slide, please. So you can see here the red dots are where folks lived. The majority of people who responded to the survey live within the Milpitas metro area, but it's great also to have gotten a sampling of folks who lived outside so that we can get a relatively rounded look, and that people who live in this area work throughout the South Bay region. A majority of the folks, again, lived in the plan area, and many of those folks owned property in the area. Next slide, please. When we asked people what they wanted to, essentially what their favorite places were and what they wanted to see, people said that their favorite places were convenient to access, that they have good food options, they were fun places to visit for shopping or for practical purposes. People also really liked to go out for exercise and wanted to see a grocery store. That's something that is coming online. Again, those granular uses of coffee shops and restaurants. What was really interesting here was when we asked for examples of similar kinds of places that people could see developing, people gave examples of Hong Kong, Singapore, and Santana Row. And as we know, Hong Kong and Singapore are orders of magnitude denser than Milpitas Metro, but people are beginning to have the vision of this as a very urbanized environment. Next slide, please.
Can we ask a question or comment?
Go ahead.
I just wanted to.
Feel free to jump in, yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to, you mentioned about grocery stores. I was over there at the Great Mall area, Great Mall Parkway, and I saw that Trader Joe's signage is up. So it looks really nice. I just wanted to make that comment. So thank you. That's it.
Yes, and I have to compliment you all on getting Trader Joe's. That is a
Yeah.
much sought after amenity, and they're very choosy. So
Yep.
That's excellent.
Good job, staff.
So when we asked people about where they did not like to go, these are the kinds of comments that they made. Essentially, they didn't like to go places that don't feel safe or that weren't pedestrian or bicycle friendly, that they couldn't get around, and so on. Traffic is a major concern. The aesthetics of a place, whether it looked run down, affects feelings of safety and belonging. And people didn't like homelessness and panhandlers in some areas. People did want to see more of a sense of place and to have some transitions between the denser areas with high-rise building and lower density neighborhoods. And you know, we've noted this in some of our presentations, but respondents said that Milpitas Metro doesn't feel vibrant. There's not, you know, there aren't very many cultural offerings, and so we're going to focus on how do we create that kind of sense of place? How do we make that glue between all of the new residential developments so that it feels like a cohesive neighborhood? Next slide, please, if we can get it back. Okay. Thank you. Next one, please. Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to talk a little bit about the community meeting. What we are planning on doing is both a live and in school, we call it synchronous and asynchronous event. So we're going to have a presentation and we're going to do some keypad polling, live polling. You'll see that in the lower left of your screen so that people can have an opportunity to interact with us as we're doing a presentation and so that we get to hear all of the voices in the room. We're going to use all of our connections that we use to get the great survey results to get the word out about this event so that hopefully folks will participate in the live event. For folks who will also have public comment and Q&A. For folks who can't participate in the live event, we're going to have an asynchronous option where folks will be able to pace through the materials to view, that we will present, to view a video of the presentation, and to respond to the same polls that people will be able to respond to live. So we'll try to mirror those events so they're fairly similar. And we'll have that up for a couple of weeks after the live event. Next slide, please. All right, Jane is going to talk about the Great Mall Subdistrict.
So the Great Mall Subdistrict, let's just get right into it. This is, next slide, please. This is an area in the TASP. In 2008, it was largely avoided in that specific plan. And this time around, we really see this as the subdistrict that will complete the plan. So just to give you a sense of what's existing zoning there right now, it's zoned as C2 general commercial. Residential is not allowed in that subdistrict. You cannot develop much because of the low development density that is allowed there. It has a density of 0.5 FAR, which really addresses what is existing. But we see this being a place to complete the neighborhood. And what we really want to do in our metro plan is to provide the flexibility and capacity for changes over the next 20 years. So that really means rethinking what could possibly go here. Next slide. And, you know, we do talk about malls and we've been really reading about different things. And I want to introduce now Typhoon Rice Evans, our economist, to just go over some of the things that we've been hearing and also to acknowledge that the Great Mall is still a successful place that is still thriving. So, you know, what we're talking about here is a long-term evolution of the marketplace.
Yeah, thank you, Jane. Good evening, everybody. Yeah, so as Jane points out, there have been a lot of headlines, both pre-COVID and perhaps even more during COVID, where we've been hearing about retail store closures. We've been hearing about the rise of online shopping challenges at retail centers and different news articles about the repositioning of different malls. And so what we wanted to do tonight was to, with this focus on the Great Mall and its sub-district, talk a little bit about some of the trends we're seeing more broadly across the US when it comes to malls, retail centers and their evolution, and then focus in a little bit more specifically on our mall here, our Great Mall sub-district here in Metro Milpitas. Next slide, please.
So I think, I think the first thing we have to talk about, obviously, is the center of these malls and their evolution is the retail use. And as I just mentioned, we understand there are kind of ongoing challenges, and there are some enduring and some temporary challenges related to COVID that are occurring right now. But I think it's also important to recognize that the impacts of all these changes are different depending on the type of retail center you have. Whether you have department stores, major department stores that are now sitting vacant, the kinds of uses you have, the kind of market you're in. So it's not really a one size fits all solution here. We're seeing a lot of different kinds of changes and kind of large changes and incremental changes at malls and such areas around the country. We do want to highlight, though, that we do think there are a few trends that were existing before COVID and are going to continue to be important at many malls and can help their success, including the addition of outdoor amenities, and in many cases, the addition of entertainment and other leisure-like uses that can act, in some cases, as the new anchors for these malls. That said, as we think about the malls that we know of throughout the U.S., many of them have started to integrate, become more mixed-use places, looking for opportunities, small and large, to integrate other uses. And so going down the list here, and I'm going to go by land use, but I think it's also important to recognize that some of the magic of mixed use is the way in which the uses interact. It's not just about the individual uses, though obviously they all build and work together. I do think we've seen, in many cases, office space being well integrated into retail centers, often mixed also with residential to create a dynamic mixed-use center. The way the office is configured, if you will, or developed can vary. In some cases, it's new development in the service parking areas, and in other cases, it's actual kind of the creative reuse of the former retail space into new office. On the R&D industrial side, we have seen with a large and increasingly large emergence of e-commerce and demand for warehousing and logistics, we are seeing some malls kind of give over a portion of their land to warehouse uses, and in some cases, research and development uses have also been integrated. Again, going down our list here, hospitality and leisure. I think entertainment leisure activities have become something that many malls have started to integrate as additional attractors and complements to their uses, and that we believe that'll be a trend that is going to continue to occur and be successful in many malls around the country. We also note that obviously hospitality is along with retail has been very hard hit by the COVID pandemic, but there surely are roles for hotel uses as part of vibrant mixed-use districts coming here in the future. And finally, residential. Residential is, we've seen a lot of good models out there of residential development being well integrated into malls and shopping centers. We're seeing a kind of an effective reuse of surface parking lots. We're seeing the residential interact very nicely with the retail to support the retail and also bring kind of more of a 24/7 feel to the place. And we're also seeing residential bringing with it on the ground floor opportunities for kind of new kinds of retail spaces that can complement the Great Mall as a whole. So those are some of the broader trends. Next slide, please. And as we focus in on Metro, kind of bringing it home, if you will, bringing some of these trends home, thinking about the specifics, what do we know about Milpitas, the Great Mall, the location. I think again, we have to start by talking about the retail we have at hand. And as Jane intimated, and I know that Jocelyn from Simon Properties, I believe, is on, so she can talk more about this, but we did have some conversations with her. And I think that, there are a few key points that I wanted to kind of note myself, including the fact that the Great Mall was a top performer among malls. So it was a very strong mall kind of set up, if you will. There are no department stores. There are no large vacant buildings we have to immediately rush in and kind of rehab. And I think there is and again, I'll defer to Jocelyn on this if she wants to redirect my translation of what we've heard, but I think it's fair to say that there's a strong expectation that the retail component the Great Mall will bounce back strongly, both its existing uses and kind of other uses down the line. That said, I think we all know that retail is evolving and changing, and retail businesses, retail centers always have to be ready for kind of major changes and impacts. And we do believe that the addition of outdoor amenities and activities such as entertainment uses are going to be important. And I'm sorry, can we go to the next slide? I realized I didn't quite get that. Yeah, sorry, this is the one I'm talking to right now. So again, Simon Properties has underlined that we have a strong, they have a strong retail base here. I think some of our thoughts are that there is opportunities for kind of evolution of the mall, including adding outdoor amenities, potentially Main Street opportunities, and certainly some ground floor neighborhood uses in mixed use residential buildings. So we expect an evolution, but we understand the retail core is strong, which is good news for us all. That said, there are opportunities still to add and kind of reshape, if you will, and mix the uses. And so the other uses we've looked at, office, for example, we think the office conditions and the office market in Milpitas, especially now with the opening of the BART, will become stronger. We think office and R&D uses more broadly will be attracted to the innovation district, but we do think there may be some opportunities for kind of a spillover effect, if you will, onto into the Great Mall Parkway and some of those sites adjacent to it, and also elsewhere in the mall, that we perhaps could allow us to capture some office development within the Great Mall subdistrict. And again, we also believe that neighborhood office could be a great use for ground floor, perhaps smaller office uses on the ground floor of residential developments. On the R&D industrial side, we don't see warehousing as a kind of a highest and best or really an appropriate use of the mall. We think there's a lot of kind of a lot of interest from other potential uses and activities, and the warehouse district wouldn't really take advantage of the transit center that has obviously recently opened and the other transit connections. And on R&D, we think, again, a little bit like office, there may be some opportunities for smaller or for certain kinds of R&D to be integrated into the district. On hospitality and leisure, again, we do believe that a vibrant mixed-use place that we think that I guess the task that Metro Milpitas is increasingly becoming. We think there's a place for hotels in that mix over time. And we also think there's opportunities, as I mentioned before, entertainment, leisure, new attractors to be mixed into that. And one example would be a performing arts center, along with other, obviously many examples out there we could think about. But I think there's a lot of opportunities for kind of new uses which would nicely blend with the retail and potentially the residential and the other uses. And finally, on the residential front, as from a market perspective and from the history of the task we've seen, we know there are strong opportunities and strong developer interest in residential development in Milpitas. As Christina noted, we think that 2,000 to 4,000 units could certainly be supported within the Great Mall District. We think there's an opportunity for that kind of scale. And we do believe that just as we've seen the task move from those early townhomes to kind of a denser 5 to 7 story development, we do think that, again, over time, there are opportunities in certain locations within the Great Mall Subdistrict for towers, for residential towers, similar to the kinds we see in San Jose and Oakland. And with that on land use, I pass it back to Jane, I believe.
Thank you, Typhian. That was a really good overview of the mixed use opportunities here. On the next 2 slides, the first one is from the Simon Development Portfolio. This is a report they put out for their 2019 development. And what is really incredible is that Simon is a really great stakeholder in this area. Simon has done a lot of mixed use work all over and nearby. And on the next slide, you can see that the kinds of development they do also incorporates some really nice civic spaces and places for people to gather and really wonderful environments. So I think that the potential for this mall to evolve into something that is a little more urban is very great. And on the next slide, we just want to make sure that when we are looking at this plan, that we are accounting for a wide range of what could happen over the next 20 years. And these three diagrams really show that, it can go from little to a lot, and that this is a very large site with many opportunities. Some of them might be just on the surface parking lot. Some might involve a portion of the mall being redeveloped. Who knows? It may also really focus on the neighbors of the malls at the parcels right around the edges. So there is quite a lot that could happen here. There are many multiple property owners in this 150 acres. Just to illustrate what the scale is, the next three examples will show that. This is, if we just cut and paste some of the other places that you might know well, like Santana Row, if you just cut that out and put it on here in the same scale, you can see how it only takes up a portion of the subdistrict. It's really quite incredible to just check it out, that 16 blocks can land right here like this. What is really important when we're getting a sense of what can fit is just to look at their at some of, you might know it well with the promenade. That promenade at Santana Row is 1 acre, and that's what it looks like when you put it in this overlay this in this area like this. And then if you look at, there's another gathering spot there too that is really quite wonderful and very full of life, and that's a 1/2 acre gathering spot. And then this whole piece that's been dropped in from San Jose has 1,200 dwelling units in it, and so much retail. So I think this mix of hotel, retail, and housing is really incredible here. On the next example, we go to Bay Street and Emeryville, and this too is it's a little smaller, but just to show you how a mixed use district that's organized around a main street might work. This is a lot smaller at 4 blocks, but it's really also important just to see what 3/4 of an acre in their gathering space where you can take a Zumba class, that has that is the scale that you see in this overlay. And here too, the housing is over the retail, which is a format that we could really see it here. And the last example on the next slide is the Americana, a brand which is in Southern California. This is a very large mall with a very lush and grand open space, and this is about 2 acres of gathering space. So just to see how a large format mall with really gigantic parking structure as well, how that could work, I think it's really interesting to see how that lands in terms of scale as well. So just with those examples, it's really helpful to kind of get a sense of space. So then what we're going to show now are some of our big ideas that really go with some of our themes. So the first one really is to think of this with a walkable street network. And if this is an evolution, we think that it will become a more urban and city-like evolution that brings in walkable blocks and streets, and a grid may be overlaid. It's important to note how far the distance is along the site. It's over 1/2 mile long, and it is just it can accommodate many different blocks. So even if a great big portion of the Great Mall remains, that this is something that could be built incrementally and phased over time. Parking can be included in this structure in the base of buildings or within the core of the block. And what happens here is that there's a lot of activity that can be supported on the street, and feels a lot like one of our examples where the streets are as activated and as comfortable as possible. So that's one concept out of 4. So the next one is to create a great outdoor gathering space. There are going to be more places like this. Right now, I know the district is establishing a plaza right there, but here would be yet another public space that would build upon it, and it would be a large outdoor gathering space where you can really think of it as the center of the Milpitas metro area. What we really think could happen here are those kinds of things where there's performances and exercise, and it could be linked with a linear park along the Great Mall Parkway. More about that to come in a minute. And then a third idea, this is just some ideas of how mixed use can happen. This is not actually a proposal or any kind of land use diagram, other than to say that the mixed use could occur along Great Mall Parkway, and that we really want to save those spaces for future retail, future commercial, however it comes, and make sure that the opportunity for that to be a place where jobs and stores and businesses can be as the marketplace allows, and be and how that can evolve over time. So this is really what this is showing, is a mix of uses, not necessarily where those uses go. However, it is really nice to have that office near the transit center. And here's sort of one of the last major, on the next one is major ideas, is to enhance the sub-district edges. And here it's really that we're thinking about the urban form of the area, and when we complete the neighborhood, that it really makes sense that near the transit center we want as many people as possible, and that the tallest buildings really make more sense. If there was ever a place in Milpitas, it makes the most sense next to the transit center and along the light rail line and Great Mall Parkway. So lining those taller buildings and making it possible for people to live, work, and play as close as they can to the center, and really reinforcing this neighborhood as it grows. So just to summarize on the next slide, these are the ideas that we're bringing forward about the Great Mall Subdistrict. It's really to allow for more land uses beyond just retail, to include housing, office, and different types of retail, more than just regional retail, and establish a more walkable street network, the outdoor gathering space, perhaps maybe an acre, urban development to get people as close to the transit center and transit as possible, to require affordable housing on the site, and to continue to require ground floor commercial where it's suitable. So at the end, when we comment, we'd love to know if these ideas reflect your priorities for this specific plan. So that really wraps up one of our sections. The next one is completing connections. And I'm going to hand it back over to Christina to talk a little bit about what we heard from the survey in terms of connections. Christina.
Hi, everybody. If we could go to the next slide, please. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that glue that holds a neighborhood together. So when we asked folks, if you're comfortable walking in your neighborhood, it feels much more like a place that you can belong, and a place that you can influence, and a place that belongs to you. And that's something that is a challenge right now with the boulevards, with the train tracks, et cetera, in Milpitas Metro. And so it's something that we're looking at. How do we really make those connections stronger? And when we ask people what would make them feel more comfortable walking and biking in Milpitas Metro, especially given the fact that there's now a BART station there, people said that continuous walking trails were their #1 priority, followed by bike lanes that are separated by auto traffic. So really a feeling of safety on bicycles, better lighting at night, clearly marked bike lanes, and so on. And so this is something that we are trying to work into our planning process, and we're working with the police to think about, how can we create defensible spaces where people feel safe and where there are eyes on paths and eyes on the street and so on. So there are a few major priorities that we're thinking about. There are pedestrian overpasses over Great Mall Parkway that help connect directly to transit, wider crosswalks, more friendly sidewalks. Because in some cases, like Jane will talk about in a little while, we have really wide roadways, specifically on Great Mall Parkway. And we talked about this in our last meeting, that we could reconfigure a little bit without majorly shifting uses around, and make them much more friendly to walk on, add trees and so on. And that kind of initiative not only makes people feel more like it's the neighborhood and it's their neighborhood, it also supports property value, retention, and growth. We also want to think about limiting high-speed traffic where that's appropriate, potential road diets if that makes sense on a particular stretch, and how can people get around? How can we think about first and last mile connections? Next slide, please. I think you went, yeah, the other way. Thank you. So when we asked specifically about.
So I had my hand raised.
Oh, I'm sorry. I can't see your hand. Please.
Okay, maybe I'll wait. Yeah, I had a question on the previous slide.
Okay. Can we go back one, IT? Thank you, IT.
On the last bullet, personal rapid transit, can you explain what that is?
Yes. There are some community members who are interested in some kind of personal rapid transit. That would be like, I think that they were interested in some kind of train, but there are other ways to have micro mobility is what we call it. And that can be, either small electric scooters or like small cars that stack up, or bike share or that kind of thing. So that's more the direction that we're thinking of than a mono.
Okay. Like those mopeds type scooters and all that?
Yeah, those
and
are
that
with first and last mile connections.
Okay, and then so the city, in order for that company to do business in the city, to have those, our city has to allow that, right? They have to make an agreement, a contract to allow that in the city, right?
I'm not familiar with Milpitas and specifically regulations. If you have put restrictions on that, or if folks are welcome to come in, but that's up to you to regulate, certainly.
I guess we can ask our city manager later on. Okay, thank you. Moving on.
Okay, thank you. Next slide, please. Okay, so when we think specifically about how to get to the BART and BTA station, we see similar trends. So people really want to see pedestrian and bicycle access that is safer and more connected, as well as, I want to emphasize, better connections to other transit. So that would be, BTA to light rail, to buses and BART and so on. And the new transit center should really help with that. This map that we have with the green lines shows where people were most likely to walk and bike. And it's interesting to see them coming up along creeks and also going for jogs up in the industrial neighborhood to the north. Next slide, please. So looking more at connectivity. People really were wanting over crossings for the Great Mall, over Great Mall Parkway, and that is happening. They also wanted to see traffic calming measures, road diets, and so on, so that they feel safer on bicycles and as pedestrians, and generally to improve walkability. So that's a major focus of ours in planning. Next slide, please. So I mentioned briefly the idea of first and last mile connections, and you've seen this map before, mapping out if you are doing a 10-minute walk from the BART station, how far can you go? And you begin to see, particularly to the south of the BART station, that there are some connectivity issues getting over, getting specifically over the creek there, and that's something that we're looking at drawing a connection across, so extending Milpitas Boulevard across Capitol so that there's more access to that neighborhood, whether that be for autos and pedestrians or pedestrians and bikes only. And first and last mile connections really are deal breakers for folks when they're thinking about using transit. If you can't get to transit from your home, or if you can't get from transit to your destination, you're much more likely to drive. And now I'm going to turn it over to Jane to talk more about Great Mall Parkway.
So last time we did talk about Great Mall Parkway. This is a really significant thing to consider a complete street, and we've somewhat renamed it the Great Parkway because we think that this wide street could possibly be reconfigured in many different ways to allow for better cycling and better pedestrian experience. There are many different ways to reconfigure the street. It's really more policy to allow for this multimodal thinking about the design of the street rather than this particular example that we're showing to you. But we really want to make sure that we're considering this as an option when we're thinking about how to make things more connected and safer for everyone. So on the next slide are really our ideas for the Great Mall Parkway in particular. This section on completing connections really touches on Great Mall Parkway and a lot of other connections. So this first one is about whether or not you think we should make changes to the Great Mall Parkway to make it a place more than for cars. And it's really an important thing to state whether or not we should think about how Great Mall Parkway can be something other than what it is today, and include protected bike lanes, include perhaps different kinds of conditions that slow down traffic a little bit. Moderating speed for traffic is really important for pedestrian safety, and you can also achieve a lot of the same kind of throughput with just narrowing vehicle travel lanes. We want to see if there's any opportunity for other kinds of treatments within that large right of way, and also to make the character of the street completely different with some public art and with more landscaping and that kind of thing. So that's something that we'd like to get your feedback on. The next slide really shows more connections. I know you can't read all of these, but this is just to give you a sense of how many potential connections there can be across creeks, across big roads, across rail. There's so many different kinds of barriers to get across, and there are quite a few underway that are that were part of the task, and some have been completed, some are planned. There are some others that are really important to consider for this plan. So we'll talk about that in just a moment. Next slide shows that how there are many barriers to bridge over. There's creeks, there's streets, and then there's lots of important connections between sub-districts. These could be with bridges and overcrossings and with nice pedestrian amenities. There's many different ways to accomplish this. On the next slide, what we got to do in the time between last time and this time that we've seen you is talk to Valley Water and talk about the creek potential. And there were creek enhancements that were part of the task. We'd like to continue talking about that in this Milpitas Metro Plan, adding crossings and bridges where possible, enhancing those trail edges with better landscaping and lighting, making the creek channel more attractive. There are lots of joint uses of the Valley Water has gone into agreements about joint use of maintenance roads with other cities, and we feel like this is another place where the joint use agreements really would make the trails here nicer, and thinking about how we can work with the flood control to make sure that this is an actual amenity that everyone would find attractive and to use as not only a connector, but also something that really ties the neighborhood together. On the next slide, we see that this has happened all over the East Bay. I mean, there are many examples of how flood channels have been naturalized and made into something that's more of an amenity. And we feel like there is some effort to be made here too, to make this more of an attractive amenity as well. Next slide, please. So there are sort of three parts of the creek. There's Lower Penitencia Creek, Penitencia East Channel, and Berryessa Creek. Each one of these has the potential to be a connecting trail or be something where if you cross over it, you can really connect different parts of the district. So that is really important. In our next portion that we're going to talk about Tango. And Tango crosses the East Channel, the Penitencia Creek East Channel. This is what Christina was starting to talk about. South Milpitas Boulevard has been extended through to the transit center. That's just been opened with the transit center. Now the street has been built between the development there, and there is a bridge that is planned to go across Penitencia Creek. And in the original task plan, there's a public park over there and some public streets. And it's really important to consider what will go there. There's also a pedestrian overcrossing that would connect McCandless subdistrict with this and make that that connectivity that was shown in the walkshed map possible. So on the next slide, we see that in this area, there have been a couple parcels that have been purchased for streets, and the remainder of them could be parkland. And there's also an existing park, Rathbone Park, that could be made bigger with parkland. And this can start to be a real connector. What's still sort of a question is how we connect it between all the different cul-de-sac ends and all the street connections. There's actually quite a few options. So that's what's on this next slide. So this slide shows sort of three ideas of what you could do and connecting the Tango subdistrict. So that's really connecting Sango and Terrap Court. One is you can make a very minimal connection and really make most of the streets there ped and bike only in how you get around. So pedestrian pathways and so on. The next one is to think of this as it was most like originally planned in 2008 and with the grid network. And so this has more streets and it really puts streets around parks. Now there's probably even more options than this, but just these are really the biggest, see, these are sort of the widest variety of options. You can also do direct connections and connect the two courts and connect down through this area and have some pretty minimal roads. So it's important also to note that there's a difference between the solid red line and the dotted lines. So the solid red line really means with vehicles, and the dotted line means with bikes and pedestrians only. And we actually think that there's another component to what you can do with a street that allows vehicles, and that's shown on the next slide. So if we consider what kind of street, we really do want to think about how it can serve all modes. However, when you have cars, they tend to take over. So in a mixed street format, most vehicles are limited except for emergency and delivery vehicles. So it's not treated as a cut through. And the way you control for that is you use bollards or you use other kinds of traffic control. So we realize in this area that that's a really important thing to consider, considering the kinds of traffic that surround the Tango neighborhood. So using this kind of technology, you can actually have the bollards go up and down or whatever you need to for emergency vehicles and still allow people to cross. That's something that could be considered for this area.
So I have a question.
Yes, please.
Are the bollards, are those poles that are there in the middle of the street?
Yes, so they would be limiting regular traffic, and they control whether cars can cut through or not. but they allow for cyclists to go by. And they come in many different designs. It doesn't always look like that.
Yeah, I have a problem with the, you had mentioned that streets were going to be taken away and, well, that's an option. And that the bike lanes would have their own lane. I have a huge problem with that because Great Mall Parkway is a major corridor off of 680. People, you know, if it was a different time or a different place, you know, fine, that there wasn't so much car traffic that people depended to get to work. But people get off 680, they go through Great Mall. Well, they get off of Montague or Landis. Is it Landis? Montague, and then they go through Montague and they go through Great Mall. So that I'm telling you right now that I'm not going to agree with that, because I don't want to take away another lane, car lane, because the traffic would even be worse. So I mean, I do agree we need some the green striping, a green lane for the bikes, but not to take away from the car lane. So that's my 2 cents right there.
I hear you, Councilmember Montano, Mayor Tran here. Yes.
All right.
Yeah, you know, some things make sense, some don't. I appreciate getting all the kind of options here this evening during this item.
I hear you. I hear
Okay.
you.
All righty. Okay.
Moving on.
Carry on. Yep.
Okay. Just to summarize, you know, actually what you raised, Councilmember Montano, is a really important thing. On the next slide, we really know that this is a tough decision for a priority, but the priority has been for years cars, and we want to know whether or not which is a higher priority. And sometimes it is, but in this area where transit is very available and we're trying to make as many connections to transit as possible, there are some trade-offs that need to be made. So we want to get a sense of what your priorities are for this area, whether or not the vehicle traffic speed and ease of access is really a priority, or pedestrian and bicycle connections. They're sometimes at odds with each other. Often there's design solutions that can work for both of them. But when it comes to thinking about how we set up our streets in this area, that's one thing that we need to get a sense of. And it might apply to Great Mall Parkway in a certain way, and it might apply to how we connect across creeks or to the Tango subdistrict. This kind of larger framework for understanding your priorities is it is really important, and we know that it is a tough one to make because we do understand how bad the traffic is. So that one will definitely come back to at the end. I know there will be quite a bit of discussion there. In the next section, this last section, when we're going to talk about open space and level of service, and this is Christina who will be presenting this to you.
Yes, thank you. Let's dive in. So thinking about parks, when we're thinking about parks in any neighborhood, we want to recognize that parks are a really vital part of the urban fabric. They increase property values, they create a sense of place, they support public health, as well as ecological functioning. So this is a key part of any neighborhood. And when we think about park planning, parks have historically been managed or funded by working to provide a set number of acres per person, which is a fairly suburban model. And in the Taft area, we have the same expectation, the same fee structure as elsewhere in Milpitas, where we're working to provide 3.5 acres of parkland per 1,000 residents. This is something that is becoming increasingly difficult in Milpitas Metro because land is becoming more and more scarce and more expensive. The other difficulty with this model is that if you fund parkland acquisition, but you don't fund improvements, then you often end up with funding shortfalls with developing parks and particularly with maintaining parks. And then if we think about urbanizing parks, there are new models that we can start thinking about. So how can we think about really optimizing the open space that we have and being really strategic with new park developments? So some cities who are in this similar situation as well are starting to move to a level of service model for planning, where you're thinking about experiences, open space experiences of a variety of different kinds, rather than brute acreage. Next slide, please. So when we asked what kind of public spaces people asked for, they said a variety of different things. We're about evenly split between places to gather and contemplative spaces. So people want to get together with their friends, and they want to have a quiet outdoor experience. People also want to go outside, and we had about 50% of folks say they want to go to sports fields and playgrounds. And this is often what we think of when we think of a park is, you know, there's a play structure and a ball field, but parks can serve a lot of other functions. People also want to see performance venues. And, you know, in the Piper neighborhood, there's a great rec center over there that we want to help support access to. And people want to get fit when they're outside. Next, please. So looking at the kinds of open spaces in Milpitas, you can see on this map that all of the little red radiating lines are parks with sports fields. So this is, you know, actually quite a healthy number of facilities that are spread throughout the city that have sports fields. And it makes us think that we might not necessarily need a soccer field and a baseball diamond in Milpitas Metro. We can serve an urban park need, and people can travel to other places in the city for those larger, you know, soccer tournaments and so on. Next slide, please. When we asked people where they wanted to see public space, they focused on creeks and trails, the idea of a linear park, some central gathering in the Great Mall area, or in open spaces that are, you know, actually currently under development as park space down in the south, and as particular neighborhood serving parks, smaller parks that are sprinkled throughout. And many of the developments actually have their own little open spaces that are privately constructed and developed. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, the existing requirement for the Milpitas metro area is 3.5 acres per 1,000 people. And that's what we structure our fees around, which is a straightforward way to structure fees. But again, when you don't have that open space available to purchase, it gets a little bit tricky to define what you're going to spend that money on. I'm not going to go into all of your requirements here, but there's a proposal in the general plan to move that overall citywide requirement from 3.5 acres to 5 acres, and then potentially 3.5 in the plan area. And I do want to note that the Parks Department is currently in the process of developing a Parks Master Plan, and so we're working with them on their thinking here. But you know, they're in general agreement that we need to think about optimizing existing spaces. Next, please. So I want to highlight this case study in Montgomery County, Maryland, where they are adopting this approach. They are looking at experiences over acres, and they have a plan called the Energized Public Spaces Plan, where they look at types of experiences, active experiences that could be soccer or yoga, contemplative experiences or quiet spaces. This also could be, you know, just unimproved open space or habitat, and then social gathering spaces. And they're looking at, you know, how can they serve a community? A denser community might need more different kinds of activities in a smaller space. And also, you know, how can we make sure that people have great access so that they can actually really walk to at least one kind of park from their homes. So this is one model that we can look at. Next, please. And then we looked at a few other Bay Area cities to kind of get a temperature of what's happening in the region. San Jose, fairly similarly, is developing a green print project where they are scoring park quality based on the environment and the experience provided. Downtown Oakland is not requiring any kind of off-site open space. You know, that's again, it's a very urban area where there's not a lot of open space available for acquisition, but they do they do expect a certain amount of open space on site per residential unit. So we could look at that. And then in Emeryville, they do still have a park acreage per resident ratio, but because they also are having difficulty finding open space, they have lease agreements with schools and partnerships with other cities to expand their open space, like this big playfield structure or big playfield facility down by the waterfront in Berkeley. Next, please. So when we think about how to make a potential transition from focusing on acres to focusing on experiences, we're thinking about different ways this can be funded. We can do public funding through the TADF program, through fees on development projects. And then we can also work on partnering with developers to have them provide open spaces that they develop and maintain. This is particularly beneficial because they see a very nearby benefit on their investment, and the city is not on the hook for ongoing maintenance for these sites. Next slide, please. So what we're thinking about is requiring potentially that new developments provide a ratio of private open space per residential unit. That could be 75 square feet per unit, half of which can be private and half of which must be publicly accessible or accessible to other folks in the development. And then also thinking about a level of service or another way to articulate parks investment over brute acres. And we might end up keeping the acres as a baseline. So we might say the fee would be equivalent to a 3.5 acre investment, but it could be put into other things like a community center or other kind of closer or denser facilities. And we also want to think about how to expand the level of service through programming and through proximity to people's homes. So the question here is, do you think that this makes sense for the Milpitas metro area, that we move to a level of service and experiences over acres model? So we'll get to that discussion a little bit later.
Thank you, Christina. We are wrapping up. Thank you for all of your patience with our long, very full presentation. We're at the discussion portion now. If we could get to the next 2 slides. So this is discussion. This is just to paint the picture. What is needed to make the Milpitas metro area complete? We think it includes mixed-use urban development. We think it includes multimodal access and urban open spaces. This last slide is about the questions we'd like you to reflect upon. You're welcome to, so next slide, please. You're welcome to speak to any of the items that you think you saw today. Let us know what you think about the ideas and what kind of direction you want to give us for completing our framework plan for the Milpitas Metro specific plan. So with that, I'd like to turn it back to you, Mayor.
Thank you so much. What a thorough plan that's been presented. I know I've been very excited for this to come back, and there are so many areas within this new neighborhood of Milpitas, the newest one, for opportunity. And so I'm always one to jump at a chance of opportunity. If we can go to that slide with the questions, that way we can hopefully format this efficiently. I know we have a lot of ground to cover amongst the whole council, and the public's with us tonight. They're tuning in on the interwebs, and certainly a very exciting time period. I know Milpitas didn't have this technology live stream and things before the task or the initial task was happening. So I want to answer these questions, but let me check in with our Deputy City Clerk, Pam, if there's any public comment. I'd like to hear those at this time.
Hold on, Mr. Mayor. I believe we have one. Just one
Great.
minute.
We're doing a 1-minute comment tonight. We got a lot of business.
Hold on for just 1 minute, please. Okay, we have one comment, and it's coming from Voltaire Montemayor, 669 Penitentiary Street. To the mayor, vice mayor, and members of city council, the city manager, and staff. Progress report is the trend and maybe or maybe not be modifiable. Public input versus the experts' ideas relating or considering quote unquote planning department and all through the city manager, comma, the on-hand budget, comma, the timing, comma, the strategic spaces, comma, are weighted and balanced, semicolon, and the feasibility study should be firmly presented, comma, deliberated, comma, publicly accepted, comma, and eventually approved by the city council, period. And that is it.
Thank you very much, Pam. We're always including the public comments here for every item. And so thank you, Mr. Montemayor. And so there's 5 questions. If we can go one question at a time, and each of my colleagues can answer the same question kind of along the dais, and then we'll go as a group from question 1 to question 2 to question 3 and so forth as a group answering these questions. I'm gonna be as efficient as possible with my input, and I believe that we can also provide more input following tonight's meeting. We can calendar a meeting or a Zoom meeting, or if council members or the vice mayor need or would like to request more time. Tonight's we're not turning, I don't think we're turning in our final test to these questions, our final answer. So I have that in mind as we move forward. And so, tonight's an opportunity for my colleagues and I to share our thoughts with the community as they sit at home or wherever they're at sheltering in place to be a part of this process, which is one of the most exciting ones in our city's history. I'm very excited. So let me get my mouse here. Okay. I do see virtual raise hands, but we can, absolutely go up and down the line. And if we can be considerate of each other's time, everybody's time, and we will be we have more agenda items tonight as well, but definitely now is our time. And I'm not gonna, definitely not gonna put any time limits on anybody, but let's be cognizant of this evening as we must move forward. And there's plenty of opportunity going forward to continue to contribute. So I just want to go up and down the line, if that's okay. This is just a critical plan for our city, and it's an honor to be a part of this evening, as one day this plan will come into fruition and it'll be fantastic. So if we can start at the other side of the dais for question number 1, let's kick it off. Councilmember Fan.
Yeah, thanks. Can we go back to the slide on the Metro Plan objectives, please?
Let me just see. I think that slide is slide 6.
Is okay, there we go. Yeah. So I'd like to dive into a little bit more on the open space objective that that you have here. What exactly are you trying to accomplish with that requirement?
Is that for what we just heard about with the level of service, or is this about the variety of shared public spaces?
I'm not sure where it fits in better. in relation to this presentation, I think it's referring to the shared public spaces. Correct me if I'm wrong. When you mentioned the open space, initiatives.
Right. So there are two different things. There's open space. So we have an existing requirement, an existing fee structure that works to provide 3.5 acres of open space per 1,000 residents in Milpitas. And so when a developer comes in, they need to pay a fee that is calculated to be equivalent to providing that amount of space, given how many folks they think are going to live in that development. So that's one piece, and we're talking about shifting that a little bit so that we're thinking about providing experiences, a variety of different kinds of open space experiences, over necessarily 3.5 acres, because 3.5 acres, if it's just an open field and you're a senior person who wants to get together and play checkers with your friends outside, the field's not going to do a lot for you. So how can we provide a variety of experiences for a variety of different age ranges and needs? So that's one piece. And then we also are thinking about how to provide open spaces as essentially the connective tissue. So how do we have streetscapes and bike paths and so on that are also providing linear open spaces, which as we urbanize become more and more important, because that's such a deeply ingrained part of the experience and of your daily life as you begin to walk around those neighborhoods. So the question is, I guess there are two questions. Number one, do you want to focus on really providing a richer, safer, more attractive pedestrian and bicyclist experience? And number two, do you think that it makes sense to shift our focus from providing open and unprogrammed open space to more detailedly, more thoughtfully programmed open space that provides more of a variety of experiences?
Okay, so to address the first point in regards to making it, I guess, more bike friendly and safer for pedestrians, I'm for that. I want to, continue to make our neighborhoods, our urban centers really walkable for our residents. I think that's certainly a very attractive feature for any resident who already lives in Milpitas, and of course, visiting residents and prospective residents. In regards to the second element, though, with the experiences, I think that you can have a good open experience, if you will, without necessarily classifying it as open space, because the moment you classify it as open space, it's a classification on its own, and it's limited to the uses that you can do, obviously. And so I take a look at the current status of the economy and how really the businesses that can really operate during this time are the ones that are able to set up open air operations. And so I think that you can still accomplish that goal of having a good, outdoor experience without necessarily using the planning classification open space, because I think that that's just too restricting as to what you might want to do with that area in the future. A lot of the time, businesses want to change up I don't want this planning classification to almost permanently make them incapable of doing that. That's one thought. It's very difficult right now to find available parcels to develop for affordable housing, or rather just to contribute towards a diverse housing stock. So is there anything that we can do to incentivize affordable housing? Because I feel like this is another hurdle that people are going to have to go through. I think that, you know, certainly there are going to be developers who just want to maximize profits and build more and whatnot. But for the good folks that are trying to build affordable housing, such as CORE, you know, is there any possibility that they can, in lieu of meeting a requirement such as an open space requirement, that they can, if they're providing additional affordable housing, that they don't have to meet all the necessary public space requirements? So those are my questions. Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Fan, and folks who are taking note and duly noted. I want to continue along the dais. We have a number of questions remaining. And next up, we have Council Member Montano.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. So I loved the presentation. It was very in-depth. So much information. I just really love the details. So did you want to go, the mayor had wanted us to go,
question
the
one.
mayor had wanted us to go back to the previous, to just go by the different bullets, not the objectives, but the
questions, yeah.
Yeah, so you can go back to that so I can do as you wished. There you go. Questions. What do you think about the draft Milpitas Metro Plan? I love the objectives. It's what we want. The ideas presented reflect the priorities of Great Mall Sub-District. Yes, they do, and they're very well put out. What is the highest priority for the connections? I love how you're working with Valley Water District and going to create and doing a joint use agreement to create pathways and make it really nice and aesthetic with the vegetation. I love that. 4, how are your priorities supported in the ideas presented for the Great Mall? The streetscape enhancements. I love that the fact that you're going to be putting trees in there, creek connections. That's all good. Number 5, should the Milpitas Metro Plan shift towards an experience-based approach to parks? That one right there. I kind of agree with the Councilmember Fan. There's a misnomer right there with the open space, because you and I know realistic, there is no open space. When you're talking about open space, you're really talking about park space. So, and I do love the idea of using some of that open space, park space as little areas where people can congregate. Like you said, seniors maybe doing, or not just seniors, but anybody can do playing chess, those chessboard, board games, or some kind of maybe a little exercise, fitness area. So yeah, be creative. I like that. So I love the concept that it's going to be like a Santana Row, and I love the fact that you're going to put a lot of trees there, especially in the lanes, the sidewalks. And I love the fact that we have Trader Joe's. Yeah, that's a big A+. I'd like to see small city banners on the light post, really to kind of, make the place pop, hey, we're here, come and shop over here. And I love the bike trails that it's going to have the green bike trails. Again, you heard me earlier. I don't want to take away from the vehicle because it's just because we're we have a lot of vehicles coming off of 680, and they don't come on bikes on the freeway. So I really feel that needs to be looked at again. But I do love your whole concept of making those sidewalk areas, widen them and make them really attractive and nice. I do feel like we had shared this before about a water fountain, some kind of a, water has to be in there somewhere to make it more appealing, because we want to make this place a state-of-the-art place, a place where people want to come and shop and hang out. We really, that's our goal, and we want to make it pop. So I love what your presentation. It's going to be wonderful. We really got a great staff, and I love how the council has their vision of what we want to see, kind of like a Santana Row, but better. So okay, so I answered all the questions, and thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Montano. We're actually doing one question at a time.
Okay, I was doing all
yeah.
5 of them.
So that's great too.
Just for time.
Yeah, absolutely. I hear what you're saying. And so,
Okay.
if you want to change the way we're doing it, Councilor Montano, then we can do that.
You should do it the way I did it. That way we can hurry up.
Okay, let's do that then. So let's go back to Councilmember Fan, if you'd like to answer the rest of the questions. And then we'll come back.
Yeah, and I just wanted to add onto my comments earlier, just real briefly as it relates to open space. The lots that are available, whatever lots that aren't yet developed or have the potential for redevelopment, they're so small in size that in order for you to actually build a good project, you'd have to do an assembly, line up the individual lots and package them together. And so when you have such a requirement on open space, you're gonna essentially have to buy up a parcel just to make it open space, since every parcel, every individual parcel is so small. That's the problem with not having enough land. But moving on, I think that the priorities in terms of meeting the Great Mall Sub-District, overall, I want to maybe hear more from the Great Mall management as to if this is presented in a way that's cohesive with their goals and objectives. I would like to hear some thoughts as it relates to public safety. I don't think we really touched on that. I know that that's a big priority for our police department in making sure that this particular area in Milpitas is going to be safe with the BART being in service now and whatnot. So how is this plan connected to public safety? So let's see. Yeah, no, I think I probably answered some of the other questions in my remarks just on the way. So I'm done on this one.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Fan. And we're gonna go back the other way on the virtual dais. Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you so much, Mayor, and thank you, staff, for an amazing report. So I keep notes of everything. So I have the notes of the first meeting that we met, and then I have my notes and my list of 73 items that I went through the second time that we had. So I am really excited to report that all but 5 were mentioned. So thank you guys so much for really hearing our feedback, and for the community for sharing their feedback with us. And so one of the areas that I did, I'm sure it's there. I saw it in some of the pictures, but it is relating to the urban art. And so that answers a little bit of moving into question 5, right? And so I do like the suburban acreage to population ratio, just because I feel it does keep people there. I think we could do the open space in some of those remote areas that you guys talked about, where the trails and the parks are at, and that would count in my eyes as open space, right? Where we're giving folks the opportunity to take advantage of those spaces. But it's really creating that walk from to shop and have fun in Milpitas and then going back to the transit center. That's the way that I envision it. The other thing that I did not see touch on, or I saw it, but not specifically, was the job creation and pop-up mobility, small business opportunities that I had mentioned. I didn't see it in the plan, and that's definitely something that I do want to see. So if there's any garages that are available, or any opportunity for us to do a pop-up shop where we could rotate, so small business owners, particularly minorities, could go ahead and start their businesses there, and we could go ahead and maybe tie it into, according to my notes, I think I shared the First Street parking structure that's right across the street from San Pedro Square in San Jose, and that model of innovation suburban space that they used. And so I would really want to see something along those lines, where how are we creating jobs, or how are we supporting small businesses in amplifying the space. And so it's the pop-up cafe. I know Better Block has some amazing ideas that they could use in a very small area. In terms of 3 is just, I'm sure signage will be part of it, but signage is another one. How to do it with the modern art, making sure that we're representing the history of Milpitas, right? Definitely not forgetting about the cornfields that started this place, but elevating them in a more innovative and modern time era. Let's see. And then the last one that I would like to also is just making sure that we are using the lens of a crime through environmental design, making sure that the police department is involved in that, or we're getting feedback, and making sure that these areas are already designed from inception to make sure that they're safe for the community. And how are we enhancing to ensuring things like that blind spots are not being placed intentionally, and unfortunately once the building goes up, that's not something we could change, right? So definitely having that crime prevention lens is something that I am looking for, and I didn't see. But other than that, I really love the Metro plan, the objectives and the presentation that you guys did. I will definitely follow up. Because of time, I have some more notes, but I'm just going to go ahead and draft them, and then I'll send them to you guys, because I think it's really important for us to stay on time, because we have so many items tonight. But thank you so much for the work that you both are doing, and for listening to our visions. I love that. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Vice Mayor Nunez.
Thank you very much. And so I'm going to actually keep mine short. So first, if I have really enjoyed watching this plan grow to where it's at now, and there isn't really anything that I see here that isn't an outgrowth of conversations, input from community, the Great Mall, and others they've looked to. I have a few questions and then a comment at the end. So I share Councilman Phan's and Councilmember Montano's uneasiness with regard to open space. I think if you're gonna have a park, let's have a park. Other than that, open space ends up being way too undefined. And what happens there, the original idea, whatever really was gonna happen there, goes away after a period of time. So I would really want to become it to be much more defined and more park and rec, its usage, and or something much more defined. And so I'm uneasy with it just being that open space comment and how I saw it defined there. With regard to, I saw the map, and in my mind, I thought I saw Main Street included in it. So I would like to have it, if it is, how that continuation sort of grows is really just my only question on that part. With regard to the small businesses that Council Member Dominguez talked about, I really like that idea. And I think some type of partnership with MUSD to help those students that are looking at going right into business as opposed to college before they go to college, start a business. That might be a good place for them to do it out in those spaces. Lastly, and very important to me, is what I keep hearing from the city manager is we got all the homes built in the TASP area, but really none of the commercial R&D and those kinds of things. And on page 190 of 302 of the material that was sent out to us, it says fiscal impact. And it says this is informational, an informational item. As such, there is no fiscal impact. And I've learned that everything that's presented to us has a fiscal impact. If we nod and say, this looks great, and you go down this path, and we don't include or talk about how it's going to be funded, and they build all the residential things first, then we're funding ourselves all the services that have been talked about, police, fire, maintenance, before anybody else comes in and starts giving us money. So I'm really wanting to make sure that we don't end up like TASP, where those things, all the residents are here, all the homes are here, and we don't have the dollars yet to really fund all those things. And I'm relying on Steve and Ned and Jessica to ensure that. But I do want to give a shout out to Jane Lynn. I have never seen anybody present, if you just take a look at what she presented tonight, the complexity, the ability to take person's dreams and reduce them to maps and words. I am amazed. And I think I said this at one other meeting. If we could steal her and bring her to the city, we should think about that, Steve. But I just thought I'd mention that as my closing statement. I think it's a great report. And I'll leave it at that.
Let's
Thank you
steal
very
her, man.
much.
I love it. All right. Good job,
Definitely.
man.
Yeah, good vibes. Okay. So I'm just gonna go really straight down the list, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 1, the draft objectives, just fantastic. Just really great framework to ensuring that the Milpitas Metro plan is well-rounded. I really like how this team of professionals really captured all the areas that can really turn from dirt to the most amazing spaces. And so that was within really the objectives purview. Number 2, in regards to the Great Mall, yeah, I think my colleagues said a lot of things about what that private owner wants to do, and that would be a monumental task to redevelop that land. It would just be the biggest news if that were to happen. So I think we're very far from that, but yeah, the mall's been around for over 20 years now, and spaces change, and as long as we're doing business and it's a destination, that'll be great. And so I think what can happen with the mall will be a whole nother plan in itself, but But yeah, the sub-district, a lot of opportunity there to maximize space. The perimeter of the mall certainly has room for improvement. Number 3, the highest priority for connections. I think it's in terms of just transportation or walkability. If those are the connections, I'm happy with what we have already in the TASP area. Now, it's really the connections for those residents in the Milpitas Metro, I should say, to get to the businesses and the parks. And I know that's not fully planned out yet. And so I appreciate the City Council for working through some of those projects and approving many of those projects. And that's great. Number 4, yeah, just that whole Tango area and the Great Mall Parkway, the creeks, that's where everything's going to have to come together. And my priorities are supported in tonight's presentation. And number 5, yeah, I think when we talk about an experience-based approach, yeah, it just makes total sense. I think of my time in Manhattan, where I studied in Greenwich Village, Washington Square Park. I can just walk up to Union Square. I can walk up to Herald Square, up to Times Square, up to Central Park. And I think those are the experience-based approaches to what we can do with parks and open space, in place of, obviously our traditional suburban parks. So great job tonight. And I know with Ned Thomas, you're keeping us updated with any significant notables. And I appreciate everybody's work. I want to go back to our presenter now. Jane, if you'd like to carry on here.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I really do appreciate all of your comments. And if you do think of more, we'd love to hear them. And Vice Mayor Nunez, feelings mutual. So anyway, make me blush. Okay, so I just wanted to end by saying the next slide is a reminder about our September 30th open house or our community meeting. And I want to make sure that this is as widely attended as possible. We know that there are a lot of other opportunities right now competing with us for community engagement, but we'd love to hear from everyone about what they think about the ideas we presented tonight, and give everyone a chance to give their feedback as well. We know there's a lot of issues here, and we thank you for your patience and all your thoughts on this very complex plan, and we really appreciate that we are able to present to you tonight. So thank you all very much.
Absolutely, thank you so much, and the whole team as well. We have a really neat public information officer now, so we'll make sure to get as many people in this city to participate on September 30th.
What time?
I believe it's at 6, correct? Well, we will post it on our website, milpitasmetro.org.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
I'll let folks know.
Thanks so much.
Okay, great. What a big item we just accomplished.
Yep.
And so that's been received successfully. Moving on to the leadership and support services. Number 9, this designate Milpitas City Council members as delegate and alternates to the 2020 League of California Cities annual conference. And who would like to take the lead here on the staff side? I know Mary is excused for this evening, and Pam, perhaps?
I beg your pardon?
We're on number 9. We're looking to designate particular council members to the League of Cities. Maybe we can just take care of it now. Who would like to be the delegate and the alternate? I am kind of ceding to my colleagues here.
Doesn't it depend on who's registered for that?
I was going to ask that. Who's going?
That's first and foremost.
So I see the vice mayor, please.
Mayor Tran, would you
Yes,
like?
Ashwini, thank you. I was hoping
Yes.
someone could jump in there.
So we have two members of the council registered, Vice Mayor Nunez and Councilmember Dominguez. So we're asking for one to be kind of designated as the voting member and the other one as the alternate.
So I volunteer to be the alternate.
You're it.
Okay, so we have a recommendation for Councilmember Dominguez as the delegate and the Vice Mayor Nunez for the alternate.
I second that.
Support that. Yeah.
Make sure you can go. Before you commit, you better make sure you can go. You can attend.
Okay. All right, so I'll make the motion.
You guys can't say no show.
Got the days off.
All right, I made the motion. We have a second by Vice Mayor Nunez. All in favor, virtual roll call. Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Montoya.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nunez.
Aye.
Myself is an aye. Yeah, the motion is carried. Item number 9 is approved for recommendations 1 and 2. How about that? Yeah, great. Moving on to item number 10. Let's let me go back to item number 9. Was there any public comment, Pam? You still take it.
There is not.
Okay, great. Moving on, number 9. See, Chris, I'm doing good. I almost forgot. I remembered. I looked at you. All right, number 10, let's approve and authorize the city manager to execute the agreements between the city of Milpitas and Verizon, AT&T, for the installation of small cell facilities on municipal facilities. And we're going to our information technology guru, Mike Liu.
Thank you, Mayor. And good evening, Mayor and Vice Mayor and members of the council. Mike Liu, Information Technology Director. I'm also joined by a team from Verizon and AT&T standing by to answer your questions. From Verizon, I got Maureen Cruzen, Kinbot Katima, Balaji Narahan, Donna Barrett. And from AT&T, I got Cliff Fitterer, Leon Bachman, Ellen Kamei, and Tom Schuler. And I also have Andrew Mercado from BBK, who has been assisting with staff with negotiating the license agreement. Next, please. Can we get next slides, please? So I'll provide a brief background and overview of 5G and the different federal and state laws that we must comply while drafting the municipal license agreement. Highlight some major points for the city's role in having agreements in place to facilitate small cells installations, and review some of the key points in the MOA. Both agreements are included in your agenda packet. Next slide, please. So based on the stats and data, demand for wireless broadband continues to grow with no end in sight. Today, more than 50% of wired telephone users in the US has given up their landline phones in favor of being wireless only household. Internet traffic is expected to grow threefold from 2016 to 2021. In fact, about 80% of 911 calls today are made via wireless phones. So it is critical to meet this wireless data demand for public safety. As wireless data usage continues to escalate, wireless providers must find new ways and innovative ways to keep up with consumer demand for more speed and data capacity. One way to address the high demand is by deploying 5G, a type of wireless technology for broadband infrastructure. Wireless providers have invested billions of dollars building out the small cells infrastructure, and they are only beginning to accelerate the build out. Next slide, please. So 5G is the 5th generation of wireless cellular network technology that can transmit and receive wireless data capacity of 20 gigabits per second, which is 10 times that of the current 4G LTE that we are using today. Well, some have jumped over to 5G, but most of us are still on 4G LTE. It has nearly zero latency rate, which is the delay in sending and receiving information between devices. Now, it has been, if you see on the chart, it has been about 40 years since the invention of wireless phones. And I don't know how many in the audience remember the toaster-sized wireless phone mounted in our car in the 80s. Well, I certainly do. And the rate, unknowingly, we use it, and then it's $1,000 per monthly bill. But that's in the 80s. 1G and 2G are being phased out, and 5G will eventually replace 3G and 4G. While we discuss 5G today, 6G is already in development and testing. Next slide, please. So here's some photos, and I know a representative from AT&T also have some additional photos if council have more questions for AT&T or Verizon. Next slide, please. So there are federal and state laws and regulations that govern deployments and installations of wireless infrastructure. The MLAs were written to comply with the Federal Communications Commission's, FCC. FCC Order 18133, the order sets the fair and reasonable fees for each installation to $270 per site per year. Basically, this is the maximum rent that can be collected. The order also set the shot clock to 60 or 90 days. 60 days for application to install a small cell on an existing structure. 90 days for installation on a new structure. This requires cities to act within the set shot clock for each wireless application submitted. By developing the MRAs, it still has some authority in this area. Number one, preserving city authority to check for compliance with city aesthetic standards, traffic safety regulations, and conformity with existing infrastructure. Denying any site license application for a facility that would create a hazardous or unsafe condition, or that fails to comply with the FCC RF emission standards. Protecting the city interests and limiting the city's liability. It can also help with economic development. By promoting economic development, because 5G will bring many new economic opportunities like IoT, auto-driven vehicles, promoting efficient allocations of city resources, upfront explanation of permit fees, requirements, and permit reviews in order to meet timeliness set by the FCC require shot clocks, as mentioned before, 60 or 90 days from A to Z, fostering robust wireless broadband services for city residents, businesses, and visitors. So here are some of the key takeaways from the agreement for both Verizon and AT&T. Staff have tried to keep both agreements pretty consistent and fair. The agreements is a term for 10 years with 3 5-year renewals. Rent is for $270 per site per year, which is in compliance with the FCC order. So the rent can go up to $15 per site per year if the FCC cost-based requirements is invalidated. And just a couple of months ago, the Ninth Circuit Court Appeal has agreed with FCC on the fair cost. So currently the agreement would set the rent rate to $270. New wireless facilities generate revenue through cost recovery and new business development opportunities. City retains property rights and access to any city-owned property. Next slide. And here are some of the cities that currently have and established MRAs with either Verizon or AT&T or both. Some cities have both Verizon and AT&T, while others have either one or the other. Next slide, please. So staff recommends to approve and authorize the city manager to execute the municipal facilities license agreements with Verizon and AT&T to attach small cells antennas to city-owned vertical infrastructure in the public right-of-way. That concludes staff presentation. I'm available for questions. Also, as a reminder, Verizon, AT&T, and Andrew Mercado from the city attorney's office are here to answer your questions if there are any.
Thank you so much, Mr. Liu, and welcome to our guests from Verizon and AT&T this evening. I just have a very few number of questions. I'm just a kind of a customer, a Verizon customer, if I may. And what about other service providers, Sprint or Metro? I don't know who's out there, but these are equipment for just these two companies. What happens when another company wants to come in? Are they able to do that?
Mayor, if I may?
Yes.
Yeah, back in 2017, the city actually approved a similar agreement with Mobility for $1,500. We approved the agreements, but they never really came back to install any antenna.
Okay. And did I hear somebody or?
Mayor Tran, Andrew McCardle, one of our deputy city attorneys, may have more to share.
Great. Yes, welcome.
Hey, good evening. Thank you for having me, Mr. Mayor. I do have a bit more to add. Mike is correct. This agreement is not for any specific installation. So the purpose of this MLA, or Master Facility License Agreement, is to kind of set all of the main conditions for using city-owned poles in the right-of-way. And it is a template. There are some carrier-specific terms that just get worked out in the negotiation process. For example, you'll notice there may be some differences in insurance terms. But it is not, restricting in the future another carrier from coming in. I believe staff sent this out to industry contacts, and sometimes you hear back from certain carriers in certain cities, and others, other carriers respond. But in the future, if another carrier came to the city and wanted to use your poles, then these would be the starting point. One or more versions of these would be the starting point, and then since your city handles it, where each one has to come to council for approval, after that was worked out at the staff level, it would come back for whichever other carrier that would be. So it's not boxing anyone out.
Okay, thank you for answering that.
Sure.
Yeah, I know the 5G topic has been discussed for a number of years. I've attended conferences out of state in years past, and I'm pleased to see it get to this point. It is the present, and to hear 6G is in the works is quite interesting. Much of my concern for this item is about the community, and I'm going to support this item, but at some point we're going to have cell phone sites, pop up, and I just want to make sure our as a community aesthetics are as best as they can be in our small city, with kind of the character that we have, a dynamic one at that. For example, I want to bring up an example. I go to Lake Tahoe sometimes, kind of to get away, I guess, and I see that their kind of their sites where they have their equipment. Some of these devices or equipment look like trees. And so I wanted to ask if Verizon and AT&T or whomever that comes in the Milpitas will make an effort to kind of be mindful of the community. These are kind of foreign objects. I'm not sure who I could direct that question to. I'd like to hear what possibilities there are. Yeah.
Sure, I can take an initial take on it. So the city has small cell or wireless design standards for small cell facilities, and those are the ones that are going to typically be installed on poles in the right of way, which is what this agreement focuses on. Some of the towers you've seen that look, typically like perhaps a fake pine tree or a fake faux palm tree. Those are a bit more common those are more common outside the right of way, on private property or perhaps city-owned property. And you can also establish design standards for those as well. That would be, separate, but is something you could do. But the city does have small cell design standards, and staff, I know, has been fielding industry feedback to try to update those as, what's technically feasible changes, as well as the federal regulations that kind of restrict or limit what you can do. Those have been, as a result of that court decision that Mike referenced earlier, the requirements for your design standards have been eased a bit. So, it's a document that can progress, but the city does have standards in place to try to protect the aesthetics as best you can. You see little less variance for installations in the right of way, but you can definitely set reasonable aesthetic criteria as long as they're published under federal law, as long as they're published before an application comes in to the city.
Okay, great. And so I definitely want to advocate for that tonight, just because whatever we can do to support our residents with what will very likely be a number of sites for these companies throughout the city. Partners we really appreciate, if I may say, but if I could ask staff to kind of look at some best practices before these applications come in. And I feel like an application might come in tomorrow. And so if we can work with our partners to really have some good faith and ensure that we are installing our best options at these sites. I'm no expert in this field, but that is one thing I'd like to ask this evening. And if someone can let me know what that process is, I'll take that information right now.
Mayor, this is Mike. Yeah, staff's been working on design standard with engineering, public works, with inputs. And then we also get feedback from the carrier, in this case, AT&T and Verizon, that Andrew mentioned earlier. So from an aesthetic point of view, the city does have more input and more guidance in terms of what aesthetic, but not in terms of the fees.
The fees, yeah, I'm not debating the fees at all, but maybe tomorrow or sometime this week, or at a person's convenience, I can get some more information on what kind of efforts our city can take to kind of minimize the any design concerns to the best of our ability. I know that with the engineering and things, you can't change too much, if any, but I would definitely like to take a look at what other cities are doing to really minimize the design concerns in their communities. So that's certainly important. So can I ask Steve, can we follow up with that this week, sir?
Yes, Mayor.
You and I, yes. Thank you so much. That's all I'm asking. Okay, great. I do believe 5G is going to be great. I know, a lot of our residents can appreciate that. So, okay, next up here with the virtual raise hand, Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you so much, Mayor, for the time, and thank you so much for Verizon and AT&T for joining us this evening, and staff for all of your work that you have done on this. I will be honest, I did not know anything about fiber, 5G, or any of that, and I took the time 2 weekends ago. I was with someone who does the work for AT&T, and he actually took me to South San Francisco, Daly City, and we talked about some of the design, and I am so excited to see the designs that are coming, that could come to Milpitas. I have no hesitation on what's coming. I think staff will do an amazing job in working with AT&T and Verizon to make sure that's something that's aesthetically pleasing for our city. What I have seen is definitely not these bulky things that definitely don't aesthetically match with the feel of Milpitas. So I am very confident that they will move in that direction to ensure that our city looks good with these towers that are coming in. My concern is more around I know that this is just a preliminary conversation to just get this going, but I definitely would like some conversation around what the possibilities are for broadband internet in order to close the digital divide in Milpitas. And so that's more something that I'm interested in. And how is Verizon and AT&T going to help support not only the digital divide that we have in some of our communities? The good thing is that Milpitas is very small. And so I just want to make sure that the towers are placed in, I'm sure they are respectively around all towns, but we all know that the metro area is definitely, the BART area is something that we're all very excited for. And as we just discussed a plan for what that could look like in the technology hub, what that could look like in the future. I would just want to make sure that that coincides with the planning of this, because I do feel that Verizon and AT&T have a forward-thinking approach to 5G from what I have seen and what I have heard. They're definitely the front runners of technology. And so I do believe that if they come to Milpitas, that we could get that same forward-thinking and front-running technology going to our families and our children. So that's more of what I'm interested in, making sure that there is a commitment to partner with our city, and what does that really look like in the future. I know that I've worked with both in the past, and all of you are amazing. So I definitely just want to reiterate some of the concerns that are coming through our email boxes in regards to the digital divide and how real that is. But I am very excited to have 5G in Milpitas, and I have you have my full support to move this forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Vice Mayor Nunez.
Let me make sure I put my hand in. Thank you very much. And
thank you.
So I am going to be supportive, but I do have a few questions. Some that I already know the answer to, but I want to make sure the citizens do also. So, Mike, in our commission, this was always talked about as one of our answers to citywide Wi-Fi. So is it or is it not an answer to that?
This would be, well, it would allow coverage throughout the city, but it wouldn't be, I would say, free coverage. Earlier, back to Councilmember Dominguez, in terms of the digital divide, both carriers, including Comcast, do have programs that are out there to assist the school district with the Williams legislation. So it's $10 a month, but this is not citywide Wi-Fi, to be clear.
Free citywide Wi-Fi.
Free citywide Wi-Fi.
Not that. So at Weller School, they have 90 students that are 90 plus students who are on a waiting list to get a hotspot. So that means right now they don't have the advantage of working from home. Even if they had a Chromebook, they couldn't get on it from home. And that's where everybody's learning. So right now, unless they go to school in the parking lot or to Starbucks or someplace that provides free Wi-Fi, they are being left behind. So I know this contract is for the 5G. I'm sort of wondering what kind of corporate partners, anybody that puts something on one of our facilities is going to be. Are those kind of conversations being had by city representatives with those persons that are putting things on our facilities.
Mike, did you want to talk about it, Vice Mayor?
Well, I was just looking for an answer. I just wanted to, I know what we get to charge. I saw that $1,500 but corporate sponsors often go above and beyond. So I'm just wondering if we're having those kind of conversations with any of our corporate sponsors as they come through and want to put things on our structures.
We have had those conversations with both AT&T and Verizon, specifically related to these agreements because of some of the regulations. There's some constraints, and we haven't really had kind of a community benefit come out of this. We, as you know, we've reached out to Comcast as well, and continue to look for any ways to partner. And for Comcast, they were willing to partner, but with contributions from us as well. And so we'll continue to look for those, but we did have those conversations when we were negotiating these agreements, but this didn't seem to be the place to do that, tied to the MLAs.
I was following up until the very end, but I just wanted to know if we were doing that. And then just the very last question I have is I didn't quite understand, Mike. Do we actually have something in place that talks about what the aesthetics would be, or are we having to develop something brand new?
So, Vice Mayor, we do have a design guidelines, and we'll be willing to send, be able to send that out tomorrow to the whole council.
Oh, okay.
To the city manager.
So as long as we have something in place, I'm fine. Okay, well, I am supportive because we do have to have something. And to be honest, I've been a Verizon user for over 20 years, which is almost what everybody here is close to. So I get that part. And I've known them to be a good corporate sponsor, partner for most of those years, you know, and I know that T-Mobile is giving out hotspots free to school districts for you. So I just mentioned that as something I saw in the commercial. So I am going to be supportive of this this item. Thank you.
Very well, Vice Mayor Nunez. Thank you so much. Next up, we have Councilmember Fan.
Thank you. You know, I think the initial discussion, the initial framework for this conversation was laid back a few years ago. I think before the state, before the FCC had come out with their regulations. I recall asking staff to really look into creating a broad standard of design guidelines of public-private partnership potential possibilities. I don't think we ever got around to actually dive into that. That's something that, you know, I hope that we can prioritize once we have the resources, because to be realistic, we don't have the bandwidth to really come up with these standards. You know, if you want to talk about what's best for the community, what kind of partnerships we can do out there, you know, I think the possibilities are endless. You can do smart city infrastructure. You can really have an integrated data network model, but you know, it's simply not possible for staff to handle all of that. As much as, you know, I appreciate the hard work that Mike, the hard work that your team and you know, the wisdom of our telecommunications commission, we really would need expert feedback on this. And I think that, that's something maybe we ought to look at, to partner with some groups that have the expertise in this, perhaps some groups with relevant experience in the industry, groups who used to work for the industry, to be able to pitch to us a model that can benefit everybody. So we won't be saying things like, in terms of community benefit, I don't see any. Like, you can't really bring that up during in the stage where the application is about to be approved. You have to lay that out ahead of time, right? So I hear what residents are saying. I hear what my colleagues are saying. I'm supportive, but I think that that's a conversation that we need to have internally, in terms of our communication, in terms of our public works infrastructure priorities. I think we need to set aside some time to do that in the future, and really be able to get the resources to have a good structure that you will see community benefits from. Ultimately, I have faith that the application in front of us is going to be carried out in a tasteful manner that doesn't disrupt the vibrance of our community. So I'm supportive of the applications here tonight. I do think that once we have a good infrastructure, a good framework, guidelines for community partners in the future, this whole process will be a lot smoother, and it won't take like 2 years, because you would be able to just send in the application, meet the checklist, and boom, you're done. And that benefits all of us to be able to move at the speed of business. So those are just my thoughts. I know we've had some uncertain times, and our priorities consistently change. So I know we're working with what we've got, but I do think that better days are ahead of us. We just have to plan ahead. So thank you, staff. Thank you to the business community partners that are here tonight. If there aren't any more concerns or questions, that I'd like to.
There are.
Okay. Yeah. Then please continue.
Thank you for the remarks and positivity, Councilmember Fan. Next up, we have with the virtual raise hand, Councilmember Montano.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. I've been hearing all of you speak on this item. My concern is, as Councilmember Fan had indicated, there is no community benefit. And we are the stewards of this community, about the gatekeepers, if you will, about allowing certain things to get done. I know we need this 5G tower, and I know that you are, there's a hierarchy here. You are not at the top where you make those decisions about providing some type of community benefit. So my question is there a timeline? Is there a deadline here? And I don't know who to ask, the applicant or the city manager or Michael.
Councilmember Montano, Andrew can chime in, and I'll go ahead and also add in if there's anything missing.
Sure, yeah, happy to chime in. So there's not technically a timeline on this, but it is good that you mentioned that, because I'm sure y'all may have dealt with some wireless applications in the past, and you may be aware of the federal shot clocks or deadlines for processing an application. This document, the master license agreement, isn't pertaining to any specific application or wireless installation. And so you're not technically on a shot clock at the moment. However, as has been discussed, there's a possibility that a wireless application could get submitted, at any given time. So obviously it's up to the applicants in the wireless industry. But once an application is submitted, let's say it's for a small cell facility, right? The ones that typically go on poles. The FCC has set shot clocks or deadlines for processing them. So if it's going on an existing pole, it's 60 days from the day the city receives it. If it's going on a new pole, or we would argue a replacement pole, it's 90 days from the time you receive it. And that's to take final action. And the FCC has clarified that that includes all necessary approvals. So the way that kind of loops in this master license agreement is, given that it's a city-owned pole, if they tried to install on your pole in this application, the MLA would arguably be potentially one of those necessary approvals. And so as staff can tell you, negotiating out these agreements can take some time. So to be able to have to try to do that within that 60 or 90-day period, while also processing, the application itself, would be very difficult. So that's a benefit to having it set in place ahead of time. And one other, I think, benefit to just touch on briefly of the MLA in general is under applicable federal law, and you cannot keep though you cannot prohibit or effectively prohibit the wireless providers from providing telecommunications or personal wireless services, and you cannot keep them out of the right of way entirely. So let's say you didn't want to sign these agreements, and perhaps you didn't want them on city poles at all. The outcome of that would then be, okay, if the city doesn't want to make its poles available, what other options in the right of way does a wireless carrier have? So perhaps there could be utility poles, and if there are, you'd say, okay, well, they can go there. But sometimes, and in a lot of places, there aren't sufficient number of utility poles. And so what would happen is, if there's an area where the only vertical infrastructure in the right of way is a city pole, and the city perhaps didn't want to allow the carrier on it, or didn't have the agreement in place to do it, then they're going to want to put up a new pole. And cities vary on how they view new poles, standalone poles. Some are okay with them, some very much dislike them. And so an advantage to having the master license agreement in place is it also helps route them onto city poles under terms that you find amenable or okay, acceptable, and helps in theory prevent the need for new poles.
Okay, that in a nutshell, our hands are tied because through FPPC, I think they have their rules, right? Not FPPC, what's it called? Public Utilities Commission, PUC.
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, so then that means that we need to deal with the aesthetics, and so let me put my 2 cents on the aesthetics. The aesthetics, I'm not fond of what's happening. I see a lot of poles with very minimal branches, the synthetic branches that they put on. I would like to see more fuller branches on those aesthetic poles. And then also in the hierarchy of your corporation, one of the problems, I think most of these council members are trying to go into the community benefit, because our school system, our schools, some of them are, now that we're on COVID, a lot of kids have to do online distance learning, which that means they have to have the capacity of having the Wi-Fi in their home. But what's happening is you have, like in the low-income areas, especially the apartments, you have 5 kids working on laptops and then it crashes. So we have these hot spots. I mean, we would love to have the citywide infrastructure for the internet services for Wi-Fi, but we can't. It's just too expensive. But if your corporate office, if you can let them know, or I don't know how, but that we need to support our school district with supporting hotspots with the Wi-Fi that's capable to have the capacity of 3 or 4 laptops, Chromebooks working in one household, because what happens is you have too many kids in one household and they crash. So they can't do their distance learning, and that's the problem. And maybe that can be something that you and your corporation, your corporate office can look into, if you can take that back. But I will approve this, your application for, because that is necessary. I mean, we had, the PUC they have rules, and I know that we can't really, our hands are tied. But the community benefit that Councilmember had mentioned, I would like to see that somehow brought back. But I will approve. I will vote to approve your application. But somehow that needs to get to corporate office, that we need some help in providing some hotspot Wi-Fi for these families in Milpitas. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilor Montano. A very good discussion on this item. I'm glad I pulled it from the consent. You could thank me. But I want to check, with Mike, as the discussion has progressed. Mr. Liu, you mentioned that we do have a policy or guidelines for the equipment. I know it's kind of a late in this late stage here to ask this question, but as we look towards possibly approving this item, and I don't want to make it difficult more than it is, but I really would like to see what kind of guideline we have for the equipment. I don't mind the equipment, but please make me feel better knowing that I can cruise around Milpitas like I usually do, and there won't be something going up that could have been an equipment piece going up that could have been done differently. I'm not sure if I can live with that in this town. Please help me. Mr. Lewis. Well.
Hey, Cliff, do you have something to share, or would you like to share some of the examples and speak to that? So, and we can also send the council the design guidelines tomorrow as well, or later.
Yeah, I'd like to get some information before I approve this thing.
Oh, okay.
Cliff, please, welcome, Cliff. Help me.
Good evening, Mayor Tran and council members. Yeah, we've been listening. You guys are having a great discussion of this. I am joined by some other AT&T representatives, Ellen Kamei, External Affairs Director, Leon Beachman, External Affairs Consultant, and Tom Schuler. But I really appreciated all the comments you're making. And we started working on this with city staff about 3 years ago, having talks about this, about the design, the technology, and getting to a license agreement. And I think I want to make sure that we're all on the same page on the license agreement, in that it's merely a license agreement. And this would give us the ability to then submit applications under another site license agreement, under the master agreement, that you'd have to approve. Your planning department has to approve it. And our intent is to comply with Milpitas's design guidelines. And so this agreement essentially allows us to begin submitting applications subject to your planning department's approval. And we fully expect to meet your design guidelines. And I just have some photographs here of some existing installations that are around the Bay Area. I think Mike showed a slide that AT&T has a number of agreements. We've started deploying this around the Bay Area, and it's critical infrastructure. Absolutely critical infrastructure, because there's so much demand for wireless. And I think Mike painted a picture of what that demand looks like. And these are very small, low power installations that really have only 3 visible components on it. You've got an antenna, shroud, and everything's color matched to the pole. And then we have a couple of low power radio units, and then we have a power disconnect switch. That's what's visible to the community. If you can go to the next slide, Mike.
Are those all your small cells, or are there other ones that aren't pictured?
Actually, the next slide after that. Yeah, those are all small cells. So
Okay.
This license agreement is about this. And I heard Councilmember Montano talk about, trees, and I think you were really referring to macro sites, the big sites.
Mm-hmm.
These are small, low power that have a serving radius of, let's say, between 300 and 1,200 feet.
Okay.
These are poles that have been modified with the city of San Jose. These are on the air serving customers today. So the main community benefit I can talk about today is related to what this technology does, which is going to substantially improve the performance of the wireless network in these locations. And initially, these really aren't aimed at improving coverage, just like your Milpitas Metro plan that I had the pleasure of listening to, when they're talking about adding capacity to the community and what you're going to do with land use. Wireless carriers have to continually add capacity. So we know where the usage demand is very significant. And that's where these are going. And so I wanted to make sure you saw those. There's another slide that just shows pictures of in San Francisco. So we like to partner with the planning departments, engineering departments, and the public works departments on this. We like to have a lot of communication. We want to meet your design guidelines. We want to make this visibly very good. And so these are the kinds of installations.
It looks fine. Yeah, it looks fine. Thank you.
So these aren't the big towers that you brought up, Mayor, like the stealth trees or anything like that. These are these are small, relatively low height with a small serving radius to meet extraordinary demand and hot spots.
This is great.
So I hope that helps. And
no, it helps tremendously. I mean, it's really shown me what it really looks like. And so all the images that you've showed, those are all the potential options. There's nothing else possibly?
Yeah, I mean, different municipalities have different types of pole types. For example, Sunnyvale has concrete shrouded poles, right? So when we work with Sunnyvale, we have to, use a concrete pole and match that design. And so we're just showing different installed, these are not photo simulations. These are real sites that are on the air serving customers. And so we try to make it as aesthetically pleasing as possible. But what we do need to do is, I think under the FCC order, the cities had to produce design guidelines, and you guys did, and we've reviewed them. And so our intent is to comply with those. And
fantastic. And our residents are watching on the internet right now. These are, I think, fitting with our community. What about, if I may ask, with Verizon, are they separate sites, or are these kind of sites, each site used for more than one provider? Please educate me for the community's sake. I'll look for Verizon if there's, or
Hi there, Mayor Tran.
yes.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Hi, I'm Maureen Cruz, and I'm with Verizon Wireless. And I would just like to add on to what Cliff was saying. I can tell you that we also will be working, and we always have worked very closely with the planning department and with Public Works to come up with designs that will work with the aesthetics in Milpitas. And I'll also say, I think the question you were just asking was about whether carriers could co-locate.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you were asking? In general, that doesn't work because of the height of the light standards. Basically, both carriers would want to be at the same height. And if they were close together on the pole, they would interfere with one another. So at the moment, that's not an option.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification, Maureen. I'm learning, I'm listening. Thank you so much. And if I may ask one more question about the design of your equipment with Verizon, is it similar? Do you have any images?
I don't have any images handy. I think it is very similar to what AT&T is doing. And I'm not, Mike, I can't remember if we've ever sent you examples of our 5G designs.
We don't have it in the slides, but like you said, it's very similar in terms of And some of those guidelines are up to the cities to determine in terms of color and size. We do have a standard on how big it can be. So a lot of those are determined by the city and the design guidelines.
Okay, like us. Okay, great. So as long as, thank you so much, Maureen and Cliff. And for Mike, I guess if we do have that kind of input or influence with the equipment based on the guidelines we've established under the, I guess, federal policy, then I can be happy with that tonight on behalf of my vote. And so I'm ready to approve it, but I do want to go to my colleagues. I see virtual raise hands. If you have them up, then I'm going to call on you. If you have them up and you don't want them up, then put the virtual hand down before I call on you. So first up, Councilmember Finn.
I will say that to the best of my knowledge, both parties have been meeting with the city separately, as well as the school district, to discuss community benefits and services and the whole value proposition. So I would recommend representatives from both parties to perhaps reach out to Mayor Tran and Councilmember Montano after the meeting to provide some of that information to give you more peace of mind.
We'll meet separately. Right.
Yeah. But that said, if there's no further discussion, I'd like to move forward with the motion.
Yeah, definitely. I hear you.
I got one.
Yeah, I didn't forget you. And so we're gonna go to Councilmember Montano, and then public comment, and then we'll go ahead and go for the motion.
All right, mine's quick.
All
So
right.
I had a question on 911 calls. I know that folks that use landlines, which are dinosaurs, and actually I do have a landline that I never use. Once in a while I use it. But so I know that when you call 911 on landlines, it's to our public safety, it's much quicker than cell phones, from my understanding. So with this technology, with these new poles, how will that help service our 911 calls?
I think it would improve the performance of an instant connection to your PSAP. I mean, so those poles have to be able to process 911 calls with all data traffic. So anything that would improve the capacity of the network to allow calls to get through would benefit a 911 call.
Yeah, and that's what I thought, and that's more reason why I am approving this. That's my vote, because just for that simple fact that we need the safety protocol in there. So, okay, thank you.
Okay, great. Let's go to our Deputy City Clerk, Pam. Pam, do we have any comments for this item?
Oh, yes, you do. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Great, we're doing 1 minute. Let's proceed.
Okie dokie. From Robert Young, Park Victoria Drive, Milpitas. While we are happy to see the city providing the ROW to the providers for 5G services, we would also like to see the city leverage this agreement to meet another critical need in the city. We would like to see that this ROW agreement is conditioned to a plan for citywide Wi-Fi services in order to meet the city's desire to service underprivileged children and families, the homeless, and citywide backup emergency services. We believe that investing in this infrastructure will provide a foundation for other needed services such as mental health, hygiene, well-being checks. We urge you to spend time to develop the plan to include partners such as Verizon, AT&T to help meet those needs. Just 1 minute. Go to the next one. From Allison McDonald, 672 Cavanier Drive. Public Wi-Fi in today's environment has really become like a utility. You cannot not live with it. Yet for our homeless and economically challenged families and their students, they do not have access to that quality connection. For our homeless, that means we have little means of communication with them to provide them the mental and physical services they may need. The potential help from local nonprofits to keep them healthy and fed, and social services to help them get off the streets. For our students who are sharing an internet connection with many in a multifamily home, public Wi-Fi can offer them a reasonable streaming capability so that they can learn. We have an opportunity to work with these providers today to come up with a plan to provide Milpitians services, and we urge you not to squander the opportunity. We stand ready to help whenever we can. Next one is from Lisa Moreno. As the city moves to provide these ROW accesses, it is important to note that we have an opportunity to partner and work with these providers to develop a plan for public Wi-Fi for the city of Milpitas. Public Wi-Fi is a stake in the ground for us to develop services to meet various needs of our homeless, families in need, and potentially another communication channel to Milpitians. We should not squander the opportunity as we can see the potential growth of the homeless population due to COVID and the challenges of educating our young. We encourage the city to take potential value of these technologies and develop a plan on how these can be used to help Milpitians. 637. Okay, hold on, just one minute. For just 1 minute, scrolling up. From Charles Schlesbaum. Greetings. If this item will improve the atrocious cell service in the Rancho area, then this will help our students attend class when they have rolling blackouts. Then I am all for it. From Kelly Clark. Tonight, I ask you to pay attention to the messages of the residents. Best stated from some of the lyrics from a song for Black Eyed Peas, Words to Love. So she wrote, I know she wrote the lyrics to the song. That will take more than a minute, so I'll read the rest of her non-lyric comment. Where's the Love Council members? Our city needs your leadership now more than ever. Let your actions speak volumes to the voters. And at 9:57, we have Mr. Montemayor. Let 5G be the strength or capacity from lower Gs to 5G, then to 6G be developed. Is always an improvement. If affordable or hardly, we go for it. And that is the rest of the comments, sir.
Oh, thank you so much, Pam. All right, where is the love? All right, here we go. Hey, thank you everybody for tuning in. You know, the internet and technology. You know, some of you are on your 4G right now watching this out across Milpitas, and you know, it's just great for everybody. We love it. This is it. This is what it's all about. Residents tune in, public comment, being with us throughout the process. We're doing this together, folks. Okay, I'll make the motion to approve this agenda item as stated.
Second.
We got a second by Councilmember Fan. All in favor, virtual call. Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Montano.
I wanted to add an addendum on there. So
Give it a shot. Yeah.
Okay, so I'd like staff to reach out to the corporate office and see about providing assisting and providing some assistance on the hotspots, not citywide, because I know that's what right now it's COVID and it's not going to happen now, but at least hotspots, providing help facilitate providing hotspots in those low income areas. So that's what I like for the school, for the students. Does that make sense?
Mr. Mayor?
No, doesn't make sense. I'll be honest.
Because
let's take a moment here. We'll go to the city manager. Here.
Let me ask the city attorney. Do we have to stick to the topic and not go off on a tangent?
No, it's a great question, Councilmember Montano. The council can always give a direction, but I wouldn't want you to take final action on anything not on the agenda tonight.
Not on the agenda. Okay. Well, I'll go ahead and I'll go ahead and rescind my addendum and just go ahead and approve that. I'll vote yes.
Okay. Next up, Councilmember Dominguez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nunez.
Aye.
Myself is a yes, and that approves item number 10. We're going to authorize city manager to execute the agreements with Verizon and AT&T. I want to thank our guests, Maureen and Cliff. Thank you, as well as your teams respectively, for being with us this evening here in the clouds of Milpitas. Hope you had a great time.
Yeah. And for staff, I still want you guys to try to pursue some, that that's on a side note, try to work with these folks. So anyway.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to keep it moving here this evening. Item number 11, let's approve and authorize city manager to execute a funding agreement with Santa Clara County for countywide isolation and quarantine services related to COVID-19. And I will look to our assistant city manager, Ashwini Kantak.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is a joint item between our office and the City Attorney's Office. I have a brief presentation, and I also wanted to let you know that we have Key Lee from the county joining us, so he'll be available for questions. So if I could have the presentation up, please. Next slide. So here's a brief agenda. We'll go through the background, talk about some of the challenges in the county program, and then the key agreement terms and costs and impact. Next slide, please. So as we're all really well aware, we've been in a state of emergency at the state, county, as well as local level for the past several months due to the widespread pandemic caused by coronavirus or COVID-19. And this pandemic has obviously affected our lives on all fronts, and the impacts to the economy are significant as well. There is no effective cure or vaccine available at this time, and controlling the virus is more complicated because of the large percentage of asymptomatic transmission. And so in order to really control this transmission and avoid widespread health issues and fatalities, it is very important to quickly identify positive individuals and to isolate them from others. And so a program to provide isolation and quarantine services has been identified as an urgent need in the fight against COVID-19. Next slide, please. So the county's case investigation and contact tracing group is trained to speak with individuals about what they need to effectively isolate or quarantine in case of either a positive test or exposure. And although many people are able to isolate within their homes, there are several who do not have access to a separate room or bathroom and cannot safely isolate from other family members. And in addition to physical constraints, other key challenges regarding isolation and quarantine include lack of paid sick leave, being unemployed, living with at-risk individuals, and obligations to care for other family members. Next slide, please. So the county has a countywide isolation quarantine program that's designed to prevent the spread of COVID and assist all residents from Santa Clara County to isolate if they have tested positive for COVID-19 or to quarantine if they have been in close contact with a COVID-19 positive person. And CDC, US Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, defines a close contact as someone who is within 6 feet of an infected person for at least 15 minutes, starting from 48 hours before the onset of illness until the time the patient is isolated. So through this program, the county will provide staff or contractors to receive requests for assistance from cases, medical providers, cities, emergency operations centers, public health unit, as well as community-based organizations. And this can be done via telephone or email. The county's call center is open 7 days a week from 8 to 5. As part of the program, they also have resource coordinators that will coordinate access to a variety of services. So they provide assistance with lodging, at-home support services, as well as financial and rental assistance. And at-home services include transportation to and from medically necessary appointments, grocery deliveries, meals, laundry services, other medical services, and again, financial assistance. Also access to other programs. The financial assistance program is up to $5,000, and it's for families that are at 80%, individual families that are at 80% of the area median income adjusted for the family size. Since we do have an assistance program as well, the county is open to coordinating with us if needed on our rent relief program. Next slide, please. So some of the key agreement terms. So the county actually conducted a pilot program from June 17th to July 31st. And the cost assumptions for the proposed agreement are based on the results of that pilot program. They are proposing a term of agreement from August 1st through December 31st. And it did take some time for the county to evaluate the results of the pilot and develop contract terms, which is why this is coming to you as a retroactive agreement. Prior to August 1st, the county is covering any costs incurred across the county. If the number of Milpitas participants exceed 50% of total estimated participation, the city and county will discuss revising financial obligations. But again, right now, the assumptions are based on kind of the pilot period, as well as certain other assumptions about a percentage of population requiring assistance. We have asked that invoices be submitted with supporting documents so the city can validate that costs are for services actually provided to Milpitas residents. And the county has already or is in the process of entering into similar agreements with all other cities in Santa Clara County so that we have a county-wide strategy. Next slide, please. So the costs are comprised of two components, fixed costs and actual costs. The fixed costs are for administration of the program and coordinating services, and these will be allocated based on our percentage of the total county population. The cost of services for actual services provided fall into three categories, as I mentioned earlier. So lodging or motel costs, at-home support services, and financial and rental assistance. And these would be the cost of services for Milpitas residents only. And if a person or family is homeless, then what they will be doing is looking at the last permanent address to determine the city, or where the city where they spend the most time would be used to determine residency. Next slide, please. And so the fiscal impact of the agreement, again, it's a not to exceed agreement of $109,588. Of which $22,741 from August 1st through December 31st is fixed costs. So that's a portion of the program. And then the actual costs are an estimate. So an estimate of $86,847. But again, this will depend on actual services provided. So it'll be determined based on that. And on August 18th, we had brought to you, the council approved the Coronavirus Relief Fund's expenditure justification plan for the city's CRF allocation of $962,595. So already the total eligible expenditures are approximately 2.6 million. So they've exceeded our funding allocation. So we are recommending the use of unanticipated expenditure reserve to fund this agreement. The current balance in that reserve is approximately 1.1 million. Next slide, please. And so this is a staff recommendation. The city does not really have the resources or expertise to provide all of the services included in the county's program. We would also not be able to provide it in a cost-effective and efficient manner, given the variety of services that this program will connect our residents to. So thus we are recommending that council approve and authorize the city manager to execute an agreement with the county for isolation and quarantine services for a not to exceed amount of $109,588. And that concludes the presentation. Of course, we are available for questions, as is Keely.
Thank you so much, Ashwini. And let's go to our guest here from the county. I'd like to welcome Keely. Welcome. If you can share with us how this effort has benefited Milpitas residents, that's something I'd like to hear. And I really appreciate our city's partnership with the county. Certainly valued, and having you here tonight is a great thing as well. And so, Key, are you there?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Glad to be here. Thanks for having us and considering this agreement. So, I think Ashwini, thank you for that great presentation. I think the only pieces that I'd add to this are, first is through September 14th, this program has assisted about 943 households. And of that, 15 households are Milpitas residents. No Milpitas residents have needed the hotel assistance, but 10 of the 15 have needed some rental or financial assistance. And as Sweetie mentioned, this is a sort of up to amount. In addition to just billing for the actual costs, the motel costs, which is a non-congregate sheltering program, the county would seek reimbursement from FEMA. So about 75% of those costs for Milpitas residents would be offset by FEMA. And then of course we would only bring forward the cost for the match. This is a very important program. We saw that this is necessary to slow the transmission and sort of get our entire county to sort of be able to sort of open up more aspects of the economy. This is sort of one leg of the stool. I think we've been partnering on several other legs. The other legs being the testing. The county is doing like a third of all tests countywide. The second is the case investigation, contact tracing. And then the other one being the sort of community outreach and business engagement. And that's really started last month. So it's been a wild ride, sort of interrupted and still being interrupted by fires, but we appreciate the partnership with the city of Milpitas on so many fronts, including potentially the.
Thank you so much. I greatly admire your work. I've been admiring your work for many years, and I know you're going to continue to be a strong advocate for folks in our community. Let's go to public comment if we can. We'll get the public comment out the way. We'll go to Deputy City Clerk. Pam, any public comment?
Yes, we do, Mr. Mayor. Let me go ahead and get my list. Okay.
And what a great program while Pam's getting the emails, for families especially that aren't able to socially distance. And so I'm thankful for this effort. Back to you, Pam.
There's one for Mr. Montemayor, 669 Penitencia.
Yes.
To the mayor, vice mayor, and members of city council, city manager, and staff. In a similar scale or comparison, previous item, small antenna installations. As to this item, COVID-19 related funding, countywide isolation and quarantine services, comma. It is likely or it's presumably be our city manager to execute agreement with any other counterpart, Santa Clara County as stated. That's the end of the comment.
Okay, well.
There's a couple more.
Oh, okay.
There's this one from Mr. Mehta, Urvish Kumar Mehta. To City Council members, the county has been working on exposure notification testing and contact testing with application to provide awareness on COVID-19. Last but not the least, City Attorney Chris, are you there?
Yes,
Chris?
I am
Okay.
here.
I need your advice on something. I received the comment. It says it's for agenda item number 11, but the content is not for item number 11. How do you advise I should proceed?
Is it just totally off topic, unrelated to completely unrelated, or does it relate?
Forward the email.
Yeah, just send it to me.
I forwarded over to Chris. It's completely unrelated.
We appreciate folks at home watching. We're ensuring the just quality of our meeting tonight, and we're gonna go to transparency to a T.
And we are following the 1 minute timeline, right, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, please. Yes.
Mayor, I've taken a look at the email. It's not necessarily related to the agenda item. It's not anything that's offensive. It's just really a comment about the prior comment dealing with the Black Eyed Peas and just the fact that we didn't
Sure,
read
yeah.
it from beginning to end. So I think, Pam, you can go ahead and read it, I think, just for the sake of reading it.
Oh, you want me to read it?
1 minute, though, with the limit.
Okay, sure. So I'm timing it for 1 minute. So this comment is from Kelly Clark. To whom it may concern, I submitted a carefully crafted public comment, and during the reading of my comment, most of my comment was cut off and interrupted by staff. Please be considerate of the time taken by residents to participate in our city council meetings, and with all due respect in the future, please direct staff to read as written. Council members and Mayor Tran, tonight I ask you to pay attention to the messages best stated for some of the lyrics of a song by Black Eyed Peas, Where is the Love? Every time I look up, every time I look down, no one's on common ground. Where's the love? And if you never speak truth, then you never know how love sounds. Where's the love? And if you never know love, then you never know God. Wow, where's the love? Where's the love, y'all? I don't know.
I don't know. Yeah.
Where's the truth, y'all? I don't know.
I don't know.
And that's 1 minute.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right. All right. Back to the virtual dais. We'll go to the Vice Mayor, Bob Nunez.
So thank you very much. And I actually liked both versions of that song. See, so I'm not that old. So I have a couple of questions. So first, I do want to thank you for coming. We have done, I think, quite a few partnerships with the county in this area. And every time we do that, I think we learn. We also understand that the city of Milpitas cannot do this on its own. And we're thankful that we have a county that's willing to reach out and be of assistance to all the residents. So thank you. And I do know that the county is really aware of your contributions, because I was reading your title in the box, and so you got a promotion, and so congratulations. But I do have some questions. One, this is only until December?
Correct.
Okay, so what happens after December?
I guess, Key, I'll just go ahead and respond. I'm assuming if the need is there, we're gonna have to look at an amendment to the agreement.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so I was trying to butter him up so that he would say yes too. Good, because I think we couldn't keep on doing this without the assistance of the county. And if this is going to help our residents, we need to make sure we do have partners. What department within the city is going to handle this for us? Is it going to be with Sharon? Is that is the question?
Thanks, Vice Mayor. I mean, it's a funding agreement, so really the county is going to provide all the services. We are agreeing to pay them for the services.
Okay, but I thought it was going to dovetail with the rent.
The only thing that I reached out to Key, about this is if it was the same family receiving assistance from us as well as them, we just wanted to coordinate that, and they were open to. That's all. Yes.
Okay. And then is it? Are we going to be able to get feedback at the housing subcommittee on how well those are, or how that program is doing, so we sort of understand if there's something else we could be doing, or maybe we can leverage that so we can be doing something different?
Sure. I mean, Steve, do you want to take that?
Sorry, was that for Steve? Sorry.
But Key could take it too. I would say that actually I wasn't totally sure of what you're asking. If you thought it was something that you could discuss in the subcommittee meeting as to how it relates to other programs that we've been working on.
Right. And just how it relates to the rent
how it
relief
relates.
And some of those things, so that we could get the full impact. And I was looking at, I'm really asking in case the chair was wondering, she's sitting in the middle.
So I think I'll just complete my response is that, yeah, we could put it on the agenda for us to talk about how it relates to the other programs we've been working on.
Okay. No, so I think it's wonderful. I think it's important that, especially if it's going to go to all the other cities, it helps us provide services to those in need, hopefully families in need. It helps keep our costs down, yet provide a valuable service. So I think it's a big plus for us. So thank you very much. And I appreciate the county assisting in this manner.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. Next up, we have Councilmember Fan.
Yeah, I want to really echo Councilman or Vice Mayor Nunez's sentiments, and as well as Mayor Tran's remarks about Key. I've been admiring your professional accomplishments over the years as it progresses, and really just congratulations on everything so far. Mayor Tran and I sometimes may differ on issues, but there's some things that we can't ignore that connects us and unites us here. And so Key, really congratulations, really proud of you, really breaking the barrier there. I have no doubt, you're going to be a county executive one day, and just don't forget about us. That said, very appreciative of the efforts from the county to partner with the city on COVID relief. Truly thankful for the initial testing facility partnership that we partnered on, worked together on back in, I think it was April. And so, I think this really just builds on top of that dynamic. This positive relationship with the county, the spirit of collaboration, this is a fairly new concept, I think, as far as Milpitas goes. I recall a time not too far ago when, it was very difficult to get the respective stakeholders, in the same room together. So I think we've made tremendous progress on the way. I'd be remiss if, I didn't acknowledge Vice Mayor Nunez's suggestion at an earlier meeting prior to this, I want to say it's last meeting, where there was a suggestion that we utilize some of the reserve funds to provide support, to provide the services for the people who need it the most. So I think I agree that this is a staff recommendation, but I want to give some credit to my esteemed colleague here. At the end of the day, we need to make sure that the residents are safe, and this partnership will go a long way to accomplish that. I'm hopeful to continue the collaboration in the future, and please keep in touch and keep us updated. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Council Member Fan. Okay, looking at the virtual raised hands, I don't see any further virtual raised hands. We took public comment and had a very nice presentation along with our special guest. And so I will make the motion for item number 11.
So I'll second it.
And we got a second by the Vice Mayor, Bob Nunez. All in favor of virtual call, Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Montano.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nunez.
Aye.
And myself is an aye. Item number 11 is approved as stated. Thank you, Key. Have a great night. See you later.
Everyone. Appreciate it.
Good night. Good night.
All right, moving on. Item number 12. Let's approve and adopt the city social media policy. And we are still with our assistant city manager, Ashwini, please.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And I'm actually going to just introduce the topic and then hand it off to the people who did a lot of work on this.
Yes.
Our management fellow, Raza, worked closely with Isaac Rosen from BBK on this policy. And so, it's something that we've been wanting to bring forward to you for a while. Social media, as we all know, is one of our very important tools to communicate with our community as well as a variety of stakeholders. And so we're excited to bring this to you today for your input and hopefully adoption. And I'm going to hand it off to Raza to lead us through. We also have Charmaine Angelo, who obviously joined us very recently, but is going to play a key role in the implementation of this policy. So she's available as well in case there's questions. So if we could have the presentation up, please.
All right, thank you, Ashwini, and good evening, City Council. So some background on the policy. So social media sites are web and mobile platforms that facilitate exchange of information at scale. And they've also proven to be an effective tool to reach out to our community at little to no cost. They've gained greater importance for us during the COVID shelter-in-place orders, with the city's social media presence becoming one of the primary ways for residents to engage with the city. In fact, since the start of the year, the city's Twitter followers have grown to over 1,400, an increase of over 115%. Similarly, our Facebook page has grown to over 3,600 followers with the growth rate of over 30%. The city's police, fire, and recreation departments also have a well-established presence on social media. Police has over 7,000 followers on Twitter and over 5,000 followers on Facebook, and recreation has over 1,600 followers on Facebook. Given the current reach and rate of growth of social media, it's something that's really an integral part of the city's communication outreach strategy. Now, when it comes to social media, the legal risks, on the other hand, are something that are also very new. And this largely stems from social media's dynamic nature, and the fact that courts and governments have to play catch up with the rapidly changing technology. This policy serves to provide guidance to help city representatives observe best practices and mitigate some of these legal risks associated with social media. Next slide. As I mentioned earlier, the city has a robust and a growing presence on social media. Our presence provides multiple departments with the opportunity to get their messages, events, and media content out to the community. In fact, many of our community members are watching this very meeting right now, either on Facebook or on YouTube. So developing and maintaining our presence on social media has become a strategic asset for the city. Next slide, please. So this policy is foremost a framework. On the one hand, it increases consistency across social media platforms. On the other hand, it reduces confusion that stems from a lack of existing guidance. Developing this policy involved a comprehensive process, including input from city staff, city executives, union representatives, and the city attorney's office. We also incorporated best practices by researching existing public agency policies. It's also important to emphasize here that this policy does not alter any of the existing public notice requirements for the city, and it does not replace the city website. Social media is primarily a supplemental channel for the city to communicate in collaboration with our existing tools. Next slide, please. So this policy defines and governs sites beyond what the city actually currently uses. This broader focus allows the city to be flexible in adopting new sites. And given the constantly changing landscape of technology, the city requires greater flexibility in adopting new platforms while adhering to a framework that can provide guidance across the board. Next slide, please. So this policy is a framework that limits specific types of information from being posted on social media. This includes promoting or opposing any kind of policy position, sharing posts from private businesses, or sharing personally identified information with the exception of names or city-issued email addresses. This policy also allows for posts to be shared from other public agencies, and the city already does this. And in fact, it's critical in many instances, such as with COVID, with sharing information from the County Public Health Department, VTA, or CDC. This policy also provides administrators with discretion on what to post with a degree of supervision. So the way to think about it is that there are multiple right ways to strategize and approach social media communications. This policy doesn't want to prescribe a specific approach to allow the city to remain dynamic and adapt to changes. Next slide, please. When it comes to administration of the sites, the policy authorizes the PIO to approve all new social media sites for the city. This provides the city with a coordinated social media strategy. At the same time, departments have autonomy to post on their pages. Now, it does allow the PIO to edit posts if needed on department pages, but this will only happen in really exceptional circumstances. The default is the department has autonomy. Next slide, please. So this policy is in compliance with existing state laws, open government ordinances, and of course, the First Amendment of the US Constitution. It includes a requirement to archive all content for 2 years. And this is something that's really important for content that is removed. This policy also protects the community's right to free speech. As such, negative or critical comments posted on the site would remain there unless they violate a specific public term of use, which I'll discuss in the next slide. I think it's important to reiterate here that as a public agency, we welcome community engagement feedback. This policy doesn't do anything to change that. Now, when it comes to the public terms of use, the public terms of use defines the content that can be removed from social media sites. Some examples of content that is subject to removal includes obscene comments, content that perpetuates discrimination against any protected class as per federal, state, or local law, and conduct and or encouragement of illegal activity. And you can find a comprehensive list of the type of content that is subject to removal either on the agenda report or on the policy itself. Now, this policy includes terms of use that must be linked or posted on social media sites themselves. We have a preference for posting it on the site, but it can be linked since there are sites like Instagram or Twitter that doesn't accommodate text. So we have to just post a link. When it comes to personal social media use for city staff, again, this policy serves to protect the free speech of city staff that are acting in a personal capacity. At the same time, we do have guidance for staff to mitigate any risk of their personal posts being deemed subject to a Public Records Act request. This includes a restriction on posting confidential city information on a personal page. This policy has a disclaimer that the city does not endorse or is responsible for any post on a personal page. And there's a reminder that if a post pertains to city business, a social media account can be deemed a public record under the Public Records Act. Next slide, please. This next section pertains to city officials. So this policy also provides city officials, including city council members and city commissioners, with guidance on how to protect you from unclear legal risks. This policy includes a disclaimer that you will add to your personal pages, allowing you to distinguish your social media presence from the city's presence. We also recommend that officials don't block third parties or delete comments from your personal pages. And to give some more detail on this point, I'm going to pass it off to Isaac to provide you with some more information.
Thank you, Raza, and good evening to the mayor and city council members. As Raza mentioned, my name is Isaac Rosen. I work with Chris Diaz at Best and Krieger and have been aiding Raza in the formation of this social media policy that he and other members of city staff have been working quite hard on. And to Raza's point regarding the guidance that's in the policy that's applicable to city officials, and that specific bullet point that recommends that city officials avoid blocking third parties or deleting comments on personal accounts. As Raza mentioned sort of at the top of the presentation, the technology has outpaced the law in this area. So, you know, courts and settlements and things of this nature are sort of playing catch up with the prevalence of social media use. But that said, there have been some published opinions, including a pretty seminal case in the sort of new emerging area of the law out of the Fourth Circuit that involved a county supervisor who ran a social media Facebook page. And the question really at issue in the case was whether or not she was acting essentially as an agent of the government, as an extension of the government agency, the county that she worked for, or if she was acting in a personal capacity. And the reason that's an important distinction, if not altogether clear with the emerging case law, is because the extent to which a city representative or a city official is acting as an agent or essentially as an extension of the city government means they're undertaking government speech. And that's critical because government speech is subject to those First Amendment protections that Raza has been talking about. So in that Fourth Circuit case and in a couple settlements that have resulted from filed complaints, courts really look at the totality of the circumstances to determine whether or not an official or another city representative is using social media essentially as an extension of the government agency. So the city social media policy that Raza's presenting has sort of a recommendation to city officials in an attempt to sort of lessen the vulnerability to try to distinguish between personal social media use. Of course, every city representative has their own First Amendment rights to speak versus, a content and behavior that could conceivably be seen by a member of the public as acting as an extension of the government agency. So that's a little additional context on that item, and I will turn it back to Raza as he continues to present.
Thank you, Isaac. The next important point here is that the policy includes guidance for how social media use pertains to the Brown Act. You can find specific details on that on the policy itself. And there's also guidance on what to share in the case of an emergency, which is namely refer back to either the city website or city social media posts when sharing information during an emergency. Next slide, please. So it's important to mention that violating this policy does carry consequences. There's a range of possible disciplinary action that's highlighted in the policy. However, none of these disciplinary actions supersede any existing measures that are in place, including the labor union's MOUs. And another important aspect of this policy is that there's an acknowledgement that every individual must sign in order to be an authorized social media administrator for the city. Next slide, please. So before we conclude, I'd like to remind the council that there are no fiscal implications for the adoption of this policy. If you have any questions regarding the policy this time, we'd be happy to entertain them. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the work you do as our management fellow, and shout out to Isaac as well from BBK. Great. I don't have any comments, so I'm going to go to the Vice Mayor, Bob Nunez.
So thank you very much. So I had just a few questions, if I could. One is, and there was an incident where I think two or three of us were on social rants and raves, where we were trying to educate, which is probably was our mistake, a resident on a program. And as soon as one of us got involved. Two of us should have figured out that we shouldn't have been there. Chris was able to tell us to not be there, but it wasn't our page. It was a citizen talking about a program. So I thought though, Chris, I saw a letter from you after that that actually said we could be there. So I was a bit confused after the letter that said that if we were actually commenting on an issue but not talking to each other, that was allowable. So that's my question, my first question.
No, Vice Mayor Nunez, the new legislation is Assembly Bill 992. It was signed into law just recently, but what it does indicate is you could provide information to the public as you were doing, so long as you're not having a conversation with any of your other council members on basically in the comment section of that post. And so my position would be still that if there's a majority of you all commenting on a post together because you want to push out information, I'd still be concerned about the optics of that. And I would take the position that I think it still violates the new legislation and the new clarification because there's always that risk that you are responding to a person and it looks like you're communicating essentially with your fellow council members in the comments. And so I would still avoid that type of issue just to ensure that Brown Act is always protected and that we are complying with the law.
Is that covered somehow in the new policy?
The policy no, it's a great question. The policy is tracking for the most part the new legislation, and the new legislation was really a clarification of the Brown Act, in my opinion. It's in place until January 1st of 2026. And so we'll see if the state legislature extends that out or does something different. But for the most part, we think the guidance in the policy is kind of tracking that legislation.
Okay.
And Vice Mayor, just to add to what Chris said, this is Isaac Rosen again. We do have examples in the policy, as Chris has mentioned, that sort of track with that new legislation, that's sort of catching up with the social media use, including an example just sort of content to seek to avoid. But as Chris mentioned, we do have a new bill that talks about the rights of city officials to engage in that content while ensuring that they still stay compliant with the Brown Act. So it is sort of addressed, including with an example in the policy.
Okay. Second, it really dealt with the comments we've been hearing in public comments that we're supposed to sit and listen and not comment back. But at what point, since community members get to use this public forum to say whatever they want, at what point did electeds give that right up? To not be able to respond back.
Are you talking in what context, Vice Mayor? Is it more so in social media or in a council meeting?
Well, any one of those. So as I'm sitting there, if somebody says that there are too many Latinos that are sitting on the city council, there's only one running for re-election, that's me. So if I go out and put something out on social media and more than one other person jumps in on that, at what point did I give up my right to speak to that in whatever place I want to talk about it?
So in a council meeting in the example you provided, which occurred today, you are always free to respond to a public comment. Obviously, we wouldn't want to get into a discussion or debate about it, but you as a council member are always free, and the Brown Act does allow for this, to do a brief response back to that public comment. In the social media context, you still retain the right to post a post for the first time. So let's say you post a post on your page, you're able to say whatever you want at that point. The public has a right to comment. One of the new things within AB 992, the new legislation, is it basically indicates that if you, on your Facebook page, make a new post to push out information or just to clarify miscommunication that's going out in the community, you can do that. But a council member can no longer comment on that post because that's what the legislation specifies. It wants to avoid those incidents where you are essentially communicating with your council members in a single post. So you still have the right to post on your Facebook page, I think, to clarify anything you'd like and to basically respond back to the public. And the same can be done in a council meeting briefly under the Brown Act. You wouldn't want to get into an elongated discussion about it. Does that help answer the question?
Yes, it does. So I could do it on mine. I could do it in response to somebody else's. Is that?
Correct. So if, let's say, a community member posts on Rants and Raves, and let's say they say something that you think is incorrect, then yes, you could respond. Now, my fear and the caution is that if one other council member has already said something, it makes it that much more difficult because the risk is that you could have essentially a serial meeting within those comments. And I think if that situation comes up, then, and there truly is miscommunication about something the city is doing, I think reach out to staff, reach out to the city manager, and then we'll find a way if we can get the correct information out so that people are obviously understanding what that issue is.
Okay. So since I did make a comment, then I just want to be able to say that I appreciate every person on this city council standing up and speaking in support of those Latinos that are on this city council. So thank you. So those were all my questions.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor Nunez. Next, we're going to Councilmember Dominguez.
So much, Mayor, for the time. I just have a couple of questions in terms of the social media policy. I understand how a staff member, how this applies to an employee of the city of Milpitas. Something that would make me feel a little better and something that I would like to ask for some support from this council is just how we have, we went through the discussion of the rules for this council during our council meeting and how now our city attorney is reading them. I would like to see that apply to social media platforms and as this body to respect the same rules that we have in our chamber, to respect our audience, just like if they were in our home on social media, especially now that the state legislator has made it so clear and defined that social media is now a place where we could interact as elected officials with our community members. The reason that I say that is many of you guys saw me shook up. I don't really shake up. I will be honest, this is the first time since I have sat on this council ever that I have felt a little shake. What I mean by that is literally where you could just feel like, whoa, did that just happen? I've never felt that before. I've never been attacked for being Latina. It has never happened to me. And it feels horrible. So I will continue to stand up because it's wrong. And I think that as elected officials, we have to remember that our words matter. Our words hurt. And just the same way that I got shook up, we could shake up someone else on the other side of the screen. And many of you guys know that I do work for a law enforcement and agency, and we teach cyberbullying. And cyberbullying is an issue because the bully could say things on social media and you don't know how the person on the other side is receiving it. We may be saying something that we may not intentionally mean, but we may shake up that individual to the point that they may commit suicide. We don't know what's happening in the heads of those that we serve, but I do know one thing. I know that we all take our job very serious because we've developed the rules for this chamber. So my request is that if we could please add I don't even know, what are we calling them? Is it the rules of conduct? Is that what we're referencing them?
The public terms of use?
It's the statement you read in the beginning now with all the rules. of how we're gonna
Code of
treat-
conduct.
Council code of conduct. Yeah.
Yes. So would it be possible for us to add the council code of conduct as part of this new social media policy in specifically for council members or elected members of this body?
No, it's a great question, Councilmember Dominguez. The way we looked at this policy is it's really applicable to obviously our employees, but there is guidance in here for the officials. One option is you could add it to this policy, or we could look to do something different, city council specific.
Personally, I don't have an indifference to make it, because it sounds like all 5 of us were in agreement with this code of conduct in chambers. So I don't see why it would differ in social media. The reality is that none of us could be held accountable by any one of us. We could still say whatever we want, but I think we're in a very point in time where we have each other's back on what's right and wrong. And we clearly, all 5 of us said that what happened in this chamber today is wrong in our own way. And I appreciate that. And I just hope that we continue that spirit into social media space. We're all human. We're human just like everyone else. We have feelings, we respond to things, but I would really want to have that commitment from council. When we talk to each other and things happen, and that's an elect to an elect. But when we talk from an elect to a community member, we're held at higher standards as elected officials. And I'm just really worried on how community members will take some comments if we move in that direction. And I just hope that we could just make the same commitment, right? I think it was like 5 commitments that we're going to treat each other with respect, that we're going to treat our community members, when they're in our home a certain way. And that's all I'm looking for, is to have that same commitment. I wouldn't want staff to work on another social media policy just because I feel we can't do anything about it. I mean, we can't fire each other. We can't hold each other. The only thing we could do is censor each other, but I don't feel that moves in any positive direction. I think that if we just take the commitment to say that we're going to treat our community members with the same level of respect that we're going to treat them when they come to our chamber, that would make me feel a whole lot better, because I will tell anyone what happened to me is happening to community members all the time. And as we move closer to election time, I think we have to be a little bit more sensitive of the racism that is occurring not only in our city, but in this region. And I hope that we stand up for one another just like we did today. So that's all I'm asking from this council at this time.
Okay, next up we have Councilmember Montano.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. So I'm a bit confused on the rules, the new rules from the legislature. So are they saying that we cannot have public forums on our social media? I mean, I don't do them, but other council members do. So can you expand on that?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Montano. It doesn't say that you can't have a public forum on your personal Facebook page. What it basically indicates that is if you make a post on your personal Facebook page, let's say it has something to do with the city, or it could have something to do with City Hall, whatever it happens to be, you can make that post and the public can comment on that and you can respond to that. The only thing you cannot do is other council members, if they see your post, they cannot then comment on that because it's coming from another council member. The legislation is designed to essentially avoid kind of those Brown Act issues. And even in the Brown Act training I did 2 weeks ago, prior to the legislation being signed, what we usually recommend, and the word of caution, is that if there is a post, whether it's from a council member or a member of the public, and you see other council members, let's say it's a post from a member of the public, and you see other council members commenting, you do not want to add to those comments, because if there are, let's say, 3 of you, a majority, that start commenting, then you have a serial meeting in violation of the Brown Act. And so you
I
still
see.
retain the right
So-
to post anything on your page and create a public forum. You just don't want to have other council members add to it and vice versa.
So that will be the 3, and that's the one we don't want.
Correct.
The
Correct.
Brown Act violation.
And
Okay.
I would say even if you make the post, let's say a council member makes a post, the new legislation specifies that if you see another council member's post and it shows up, let's say in your news feed, don't add to it, because if you add to it, that's kind of starting the meeting with 2.
Mhm.
All you need is 1 more to basically make a
And
comment.
it has to be council related or city related subject matter.
Let me look at, Isaac, do you know, is it specific to city?
Yes, that's correct, council member. The idea is that the new legislation impacts the subject matter jurisdiction. And I would add to what Chris said. I think it's positive that the legislature is looking at the use of social media by city officials. They're trying to sort of catch up with the technology. But the legislation is specific to trying to prevent these serial meetings when we're talking specifically about information shared between council members within the subject matter jurisdiction of the body. So items that are set to come before the city council. So really it is sort of an extension of the existing Brown Act restrictions on that type of conduct and communications, but in the sort of digital social media sphere.
Okay, so basically this is telling me that whenever I see a social media, just don't join in. Comment from one of our council members.
And if
I mean,
you-
that's probably the safest way. Just don't join in and make any comment.
Yeah, that is correct, Councilmember Montano. And if you feel
Just be
strongly
safe.
about the issue, don't add to the post, but you can make your own post.
You're right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Montano. If you're going to post a picture on your personal page of the home project, like the fence you painted, and I like it, I'm gonna like it. All right.
Yeah, I've been doing a lot of home
Yeah.
improvements here.
But that
lately.
means other people can't like it. You know, only
Right.
one person, be 3 people liking the fence. Okay.
Right. I
It'll
get
be
it.
ready for the winter time. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yep. And you paint the front of your house too. Yeah, I saw that. Liked it. Okay. Next up, Councilmember Fan.
Yeah, just to follow up on that, does the legislature treat likes in the same way? So, let's say Rich posts a picture of Zelda and then, I like it and then Karina likes it. And I mean, it's what's not to like, right? But, is that illegal? Or is it only illegal if we have like a, pet policy coming up before us? Or
That's a really good question, council member. The legislature did define communications for purpose of social media usage as, between members of the legislative body, between council members, including comments or use of digital icons that express reaction to communications made by other members of the legislative body. So again, you are seeing sort of the legislature try to play catch up. And I think we want to be cautious of that kind of content online, although like Chris said, and like, the legislation tries to reiterate, we are talking about sort of the same type of communications that would be prohibited if council members had them in person or over other series of communication. So we're talking about items that are likely to come up in the subject matter jurisdiction of the agency. So, I think it is somewhat of a best judgment approach, but certainly if there are projects that are going to come to the council or we expect that items are going to come before the body as a public hearing at which the public can petition the council, those are items where you want to avoid liking or using other sort of forms of social media contact with other members of the body.
So happy face emoji is a comment. Yes.
So, okay, that's helpful. I was gonna say something. I'm totally blanking out. It's getting late. Yeah. I'm sure it'll come back later. Please continue.
No problem, no problem. Next up here with the virtual raised hand, and then we're gonna go to public comment. But first up here, Vice Mayor Nunez.
Yes, so thank you. It's sort of following that same theme. Sometimes I will take someone's comment, and really what it is they're talking about an event or something, and I just repost it. I don't say anything about it. But one, I don't do it. Somebody says, this is what I saw, and I say, oh, send that on because it looks like something that person would be interested in. But I don't put anything by it. One, I don't know how to do that first, to be honest. And I don't know who Zelda is. So,
Zelda, come here. Come here.
So is that something that I can, so as long as I don't put a comment or a smiley face, there you go. Okay, good. Is that okay? Because usually it's just saying, you know, I pass on some other information about events. That's what I tend to do.
So Vice Mayor, if you are sharing someone else's post, it becomes your post, and therefore the same rules would apply where all the other council members, if they saw your post, they would not want to comment on it to comply with the
Oh, okay.
legislation.
Okay. Nobody ever comments about my post. Thank you.
You gotta post your dogs.
I'm going to start.
Okay, great. If I may go to public comment, our Deputy City Clerk, Pam.
Okay, we have a couple. The first one is from Mr. Montemayor, 669 Penitentiary Street. The mayor, vice mayor, and members of city council, the city manager and staff. Quote unquote policy is second or is equal to quote unquote constitution and bylaws in some organizations, period. In my understanding, comma, at least, comma, luckily with leniency of the law-making body, comma, breaking it, comma, is just a close call to be considered unlawful or a crime committed, period. That's the end of that comment. Second one is from Urbish Meta. To city council members, I request city council members to establish the policy for the city of Milpitas and other bureaus as well. The policy should be segregated for council, comma, executive and policy departments. Sincerely, Urbish Meta. From T. Fontenelle in Milpitas. If social media pages are considered private, then why is it necessary for city government officials to have two social media pages? One with their official city government title and one personal page. And this one I am not going to read because it's another comment from somebody who already previously submitted for this one. So that's it.
Okay, one comment per person. Okay. Yeah, thank you so much.
You're welcome, sir.
All right, Councilor Montano, you're doing good over there?
Yeah, I'm getting tired, but
All
I'm
right,
hanging
I
in
know
there.
it's getting late. I
know,
understand
man.
that. You've had a long day, and so
I got up early today.
yeah, I know you have
Get up at
you have some
6
long
in the
days,
morning.
so I want to
Okay,
extend my support for you. We're almost
I'll
done.
sit up straight.
Yeah, I want to make sure everybody's well. Well, hey, I just want to say, you know, this item is really important, really, especially for our city employees this day and age when things go viral, and some of us had a taste of going viral. It can happen to anybody, but we certainly don't want our city employees to not have guidance, and you know, that would increase their risk of any type of negative or harm in some ways. And so this is great. I think our city employees will really appreciate this policy. It is new. I can remember, you know, the last decade as the internet emerged, social media really went to a higher level. And when I was, you know, going through the internet maybe 4 to 6 years ago, or even before that. About 2014, I remember being a resident here, and I was on Nextdoor and Facebook, and I didn't see the city at all. And I saw other governments, and Milpitas was not, for whatever reason, back in that time period, for whatever reason, there was no communication like that between our city government and our community. And that's something that I as one person, have always strived for, to really open up. I didn't know in 2014, you know, what the mayor was thinking. I would just read the Milpitas Post every week, and maybe there'd be an article, and that's all I knew. You know, by us having social media or individual accounts, which is exactly what we need, and just even having this meeting on the Facebook Live and YouTube, it has really opened up City Hall to our community, and that goes with every community across our nation. I know City of Santa Clara was one of the first to broadcast their meetings, and I just thought that was awesome. One time I even brought my cell phone in, and I put it in the back of the room, and I was doing the Facebook Live one time. I know Chris Diaz remembers that day, and you know, I always try to broadcast it. So you know, to see that we now have wider support for streaming our meetings, it's incredible. Residents are more in tune with our city now than almost ever before. And maybe it's because of the real time of technology. It's incredible when you know, decisions are made, our residents certainly know about it. And the numbers are there for it to be demonstrated. You go on nextdoor.com, there's literally 10,000 true residents of Milpitas that are on there. Not everybody may comment, but certainly people are reading the comments. I know that's what they tell me. So, you know, this is actually a very incredible item when I look at it, just based on my experience. And I thank staff and our management fellow and for working on this, because this is going to go back to our city employees primarily, and it's going to protect us. This policy is going to save an employee from possibly making a wrong decision. It only takes us 1 second. They may comment on something, they may post something, and you know, things spread. People may recognize people, and identities are proven, and you find out they work at the city of Milpitas, and so we're not trying to, you know, really prohibit folks from being themselves or their freedom of speech, but this is definitely a clear guidance to our employees who we want to protect and who we want to look after. So I think it's just great work. I'm happy to see it tonight. So I don't see any further comment. I do see anybody. I do see a virtual raised hand. Councilmember Fan, did you want to add?
Yeah, two things. As it relates to employees, non-union employees, what is the how do we correct it, right? Like if they unintentionally appeared on a social media post without their consent, what are the recourses of action that we can take to ensure that it complies with our policy?
Thank you, Councilmember Fan. I think, yeah, Isaac, go ahead.
I was just going to say, Council Member, we do the violations of the policy are meant to be sort of permissive. So the idea is that the city has a way to enforce some sort of mechanism with employees that sign the policy, but the idea is to give, you know, departments and the city at large sort of the flexibility to decide whether or not the violation really stems from an inadvertent accident or something in which, you know, the city would want to try to seek some disciplinary action. So the goal is really to just set up some broad parameters and to require an acknowledgement of the policy, but it would be handled sort of the same way as any other sort of city issue. And I'm sure for inadvertent.
Yeah, no, I get that. I'm not trying to, cause undue stress for our city employees, but at the end of the day, somebody is at fault if it's not the city employee. So how do we correct that for that party, for example? If an individual posts something that's misleading or can confuse the public into believing that it is, city communication or approved by the city since they have a city public figure in the photo. Like, are we going to send, a note saying, please remove this? This, was not, legal and was not permitted to that party, or do we just let them run with it? Because what's the point of having a policy if we can't enforce it?
Councilmember Fan, the policy is applicable to the social media sites we control. And so we determine kind of what's being posted, obviously, by the employee guidance that we're providing by the policy. If you're speaking to a personal page that's let's say a public official page that really isn't controlled by the city, then I'm happy to answer questions about that. But the policy goal is to basically provide guidance to staff who's managing basically the city's social media accounts.
Okay.
So I guess in your example, we could have a situation where a staff member posts a photo of a member of the public and they didn't provide their consent. I think in that scenario.
No, I'm referring to a member of the public, for example, or a private party or organization, posting something with a department head or one of the employees who aren't representing a union, but they're implying that this individual supports whatever cause that they are trying to promote. It's not social media that we control. I get that, but do we just disregard that and move on? Or because I see the potential liability here for the city, and how do we protect us from any potential legal damages, or
so if there is
or if it paints the city in a negative light.
So if there is a Facebook page that we do not control, and it's not controlled by anybody associated with the city, and somebody decides to post something that is negative of a public official, could be negative about me, in those instances, unless there is a legal impact on the city, it's not likely that the city would take any legal action to deal with it. Part of the, one of the things that I know that we've talked about in the past is, as public officials, as people that are higher up, whether it be a city manager, city attorney, council member, we are public officials, and the public has a right to criticize us. Now, in your example, if there's a situation where someone's going beyond that, and they're trying to indicate that the city is essentially endorsing a product of some sort of that nature, then we might look at that and make a decision whether we want to pursue some sort of legal action or post something on our city page clarifying the issue that this post is made on another page, but the city does not endorse or have any relationship to that product or to that entity.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. And lastly, I just want to acknowledge Councilmember Dominguez's remarks earlier. I think that we all feel your pain, and I'm sure that we all agree that there's no room for that kind of hatred behavior directed towards our community, towards your community, and that we all stand by you. So I just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge your remarks, and will commit to holding myself to a very high standard as I communicate with the public. So that's
Thank you very much, Councilmember Fan. Okay. All right. So I will move the item number 12.
I'll second it.
We got a second by the Vice Mayor. All in favor of virtual roll call. Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Montano.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nunez.
Aye.
And myself is an aye. Thank you very much, everybody, for the hard work on the city staff side. Appreciate getting this accomplished, and all thanks to you. Thank you so much. Okay, moving on. Item number 13. Are there any requests for item number 13 as we are here, or we can move forward? I'll look for any virtual raise hands over the next a few moments here. If not, okay, Vice Mayor Nunez.
So I would just ask Councilmember Dominguez if I'm just looking at number 14. Is it your desire to hear that tonight, do that tonight? Or would you mind if we took it to the next meeting? Because I would like to, I've not seen the council member Montano come back. And now that it's 5 minutes after 12, I was just thinking if there's a way to take all those to the next meeting is all.
Yeah, no, not a problem. I think that item 14 deserves some time because it will be giving further direction for staff. So I think it's a good idea if we could maybe put it as close to the beginning as we can, maybe in the next meeting. That way we could direct staff to come back with a final recommendation to make a decision in the second meeting, by the second meeting of October. So I'm okay with that.
Okay, and I did read all the memos. I did. I want you to know that. So Mayor, I would request that unless there's something pressing, that we could adjourn the meeting and put all those items over onto the next meeting, unless there's something, city manager, you think.
Oh, no, I'm not arguing with that.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
There you are. We're about to call.
Yeah, we were.
Okay, I want to go to Councilmember Fan. I see the virtual raised hand.
Yeah, I was just wanted to request that we adjourn tonight's meeting in honor of Heidi Wolf Reed, who passed away recently. She was very active in the Milpitas business community, and Milpitas will certainly miss her deeply.
Absolutely, we'll honor that.
Okay.
And so we'll take a moment here.
Yeah, she was so young. I can't believe it. God bless her.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Fan. And this meeting is adjourned. Everybody have a good night.
Good night. Everyone. Thank you, Bob.